Welcome one, welcome all. We are here for paddling pool number 347, kicking it off here. My name is Rocket. Joining me is the wonderful Jorian. We're looking at winners bracket 1.10, as usual, double elimination here in paddling pool. We're looking at Clam Blitz Museum first, between Eclipse and Flamazon.
Uh, the more crazy thing is why am I here?
Right?
That's the crazy thing is the streamer is commenting at the same time. The most rare thing that ever happens, and at the same time too, we're seeing winners round one. This and for the following pool enjoyers for the streams for the last couple of weeks, we have not seen round one in a while. We've been always given to round two because there was always an extra round for round one. So it's a really rare time that we're seeing round one actually being played out in more specifically round 1.10, not round 1.2, which is usually the close match. But against these two teams, it's gonna be pretty close.
Right, and that's really only made possible because of the unique amount of teams we have. We have 27, so that works out pretty nicely to have, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in total getting a round one bye, which is a very interesting setup for having 11 matches in total, with the other 5 teams, of course, being the ones to get that bye. But enough yapping, let's jump into it here shortly as these two teams kind of ready up our reasoning for why we kind of wanted to take a look at this. This is our 15 seed Eclipse versus 18 seed Flamazon. So it's looking like a very close match as we go to Clam Blitz Museum, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and at the same time too, like we always see some of the names that's popping in Fire, Firecat, like some OG names to the scene, but also on the side of the orange blue team, it's gonna be Nefer. It's gonna be a recognizable name right there, and also XF. And most likely a lot of the European scene just coming up, just finally. There's also some Canadians as well featuring Tire because it is winter break now.
Yep, you'll have a lot more players now being able to get into these weekly tournaments, which we'll always love to have. Already off to an early start. I believe it is Flamazon in the blue with an early start with XF. Actually moving forward here with that pen, just trying to converge on this near left side, trying to get some action going as you see Eclipse slowly but surely moving up that ramp side, but meeting an iron wall.
I'm just saying Tire beat me. I swear to God, man. So I thought they were the different sides, and also I forgot there's a different color code as well that is the swap. So this is just a regular color code. But oh well. We're gonna be seeing the main thing is though, this is a Clam Blitz on Museum. This is the most stally map of all time, and we can already see it already. If it's already been 1 minute, we are gonna see Flameson already getting a lot of lands, but no ball because no one's able to get in at all.
And that stally aspect is really going to be amplified just given that Eclipse is running that 10 umbrella. However, you do have Flamazon being able to find a crack in that armor, a crack in that wall, if you will, with that splashdown going down, however, on the side of Flamazon, giving so much space for the rest of them to continue moving forward, managing to get under that 60-point threshold as well, and more, including with Nefer's wall, that is making it so difficult. But here comes Fire there, rallying the rest of Eclipse to move forward, trying to regain some of that ground, and they will be able to regain that spinner, but not without major damage already being caused. You already have Sierra on this left side as well, continuing to pepper away, and actually the goal is still open, continuing to be scored here, Jorian.
Yeah, they are actually going to go for the clutch, and most likely that's going to be a replay button right there before I begin, because this is most likely going to be a one-hit KO if they are able to get it, but with XF actually jumping out, that is not going to be a one-hit KO, but they were really close to do that if actually we saw no fear from Sierra right here, who actually did back out a little bit, instead of actually going in for the straight-on KO.
Yes, but you were just talking about how difficult it is to really push on this map, and all it takes sometimes is maybe getting it under that 50-point threshold, but to get it all the way down to 8 is going to be very hectic to really come back from, especially since you have this blast of the Sea Blast Kirima on that right side, being able to take out 2 from behind, completely shutting down any hopes of an Eclipse counterattack, and Sierra coming there as well, canceling out that Zuka, leaving a 3-down situation in favor of Flamazon as they regain mid with very little resistance.
That was a little bit of a GG Shuka shock as well right there because they actually had a clam ball nearby. So that kill was actually a little bit crucial, and Sierra being the more ratty player right now, it's going to be helping a lot, but no one on the side of Flamazon right now is not going to climb in. They're just, again, playing for stall, because if they've all played for stall for the next 2 minutes, as you can see, just with Eclipse actually getting killed a lot too, and just trying to secure the mid in general, it's going to lead them to the win, because again, that 8 points is a huge time frame. They took them basically a 45 seconds to score all the way through. But with Dire actually coming in first, we had to see what happens with Ellie having the clams to stay alive, with the wall coming out as well too. That could be really good, or again a stall fetch as the clam actually closes.
That was a crucial pick onto Fire, though. You saw them immediately pop up that shield and pull out that Bazooka just to try to create that distraction, the opening for Eclipse, but they were just immediately shut down, not giving them any second or opportunity to really set anything up. So Flamison, yet again, looking very strong in this mid control. They're playing the long game here, Jordan. They're just poking away at Eclipse, daring them to move forward because they know they really don't have any pressure to move forward. In the final minute and 10 seconds of things, Eclipse will need to pull off a monstrous push and get their specials going if they want to get this one back.
Yeah, and also the funny thing is, do you see the color of the pen?
Yep, it is a red pen.
Yeah, rain exists in this round, and I think we never picked that up at all, that rain actually existed. But without a cooler, it actually is giving them a little bit of downfall inside that clip for Flameson right now. That gives them advantage because the cooler actually did help them spawn away too. But with this much pressure on the side of the clips, it might help them a lot. But with 2 down, not 3 down, this might be the end of the push.
Yes, it does look like it. A sizable chunk was taken out of that by Eclipse, but you're going to have to get an equally, if not greater push than that to really get anything going. But I mean, Ellie's already here with that ball. They're quickly taken out, however, abruptly by Kirima, who's been a thorn in the side of Eclipse so far, constantly just threatening out this spinner side. And that is just a dangerous spot to really be pushing, knowing that that blaster is there just because given the angles that they can take. But now, final ticks of regulation here as we move into overtime. 2 specials in favor of Flamison, now 3 in total, just waiting for this final hit from Eclipse.
As we're going to get in the last few sides of the social leads, we are going to see a little bit of sneaky jump coming in through. Nefer actually going to start getting a double at the little view, and no one at the basket when someone was trying to sneak. And 3 down, this is going to be the end of the push.
Yeah, you did have Eclipse being able to get the clams that were necessary, including the pity clam that was in the back in their spawn. However, you just didn't have the picks really going in their favor as Flamison really locked it down on that ramp side and take a very early Game 1 win.
And that Game 1 win, again, on the Stolly map, is going to just help them a lot because they know how that they can just basically battle them out and just fight them up the entire time. But also the weapons as well. We saw the blaster as well too, which is going to be helping for sure on the next map, which is going to be tough to control and hack with. But for really this map, we did see just so much ledge forming as well, I think, from both sides. But Flamson was just able to just get more off the ball.
Yeah, and you also had the difficulties with Eclipse's comp on this map, and specifically against Flamison in particular. Of course, you have that 10 umbrella that, yes, is a very good weapon to utilize and kind of break out that stally type environment that you typically see on Clan Blitz Museum. However, you're going up against a blaster and a slosher. It is really difficult to kind of utilize the umbrella when 10 umbrella when you have those weapons kind of poking around you. And not only that, like you mentioned in the middle of that round, Jordan, they were running that red pen as well. So you really have Rain as your other special, and without that cooler, it is going to be difficult to recover from those situations where you go 1 or 2 players down.
But now with tower control and hack switch on the horizon, we are going to be most likely seeing the same thing.
Yeah.
Most players really decide that if they are comfortable with it, we are going to be seeing the same thing. But at the same time too, definitely is shouting on Fire because they are a part of Toronto and they are a Tentacle main. So if you want, and Tentacles comps, actually a chief from Charlotte recently, Tentacles from Moonlight, they have been pushing away from it. So I think Fire is the only like high level Tentacles player that's left in the community. So seeing like that kind of achievement, even if they still lose, if they make it 4 with the team, they might do pretty well because I think Eclipse is a new team or an OG team coming back in for just a little bit of a reunion with this match. While Flameson, I think there's like a pickup, but they're starting to play a little bit more together. I think I saw their name around in recent Panic beforehand.
So it is kind of a tale of 2 different teams. I do wonder if Felty is going to stay with that red pen. Rain is a little bit unorthodox for tower control, I would say. I mean, I believe they also play either. Okay, they do switch to that cooler pen. You'd also see a switch over to the decav on this side of Eclipse with Firecat now moving over. I do like that choice for the bubble as well. You could have some really good plays with Ellie and Firecat being able to set up Ellie safely inside with that Zuka. Of course, the strength of Eclipse is going to be running that Zuka, but on the side of Flamison, same thing all around.
They want to go for the ledge bomb again because this is going to be a ledge bomb kind of map because we can see the right corner where Ellie was on the right side, Firecat's on the right side now. Ellie's on the left side going to be trying to do the ledge bomb. We're getting Nate for first. Now can Sierra. That's going to be 3 down with Tyre Cannon to throw him down. That's going to be the first checkpoint coming on the way. And they all immediately just go on the on a 10. Okay.
It's almost beautiful how that worked out, and you see the double Zuka coming out from Thyre and Ellie. This is exactly the strength that I was just talking about from this comp. Being able to just set up on that tent is so annoying to deal with on the other side, and we saw it in perfect use. I don't think I've ever seen a team just like work up that ramp area in quick succession just like that. It's almost like synchronized swimming. I just thought it was awesome, but now we see Eclipse poking away at this right side and continuing to roll with 30 points left.
I mean, Zuka might as well actually getting the shot because the Zuka actually hit the cooler, which actually makes some AoE damage. The Penta trying to go for a little bit of quick shots right there on the crossover. Doesn't actually get the cut. Same thing with Dyer, but doesn't get the cut there. But Firecat is actually trying to go for a jump kill and doesn't get anyone because they hit the wall, unfortunately. But we are going to be seeing them hit down to 13. Now we saw last time with the side of Flamison. The last time they got a low number, the other team just stalled it out. And most likely, we might be seeing Eclipse try to do that because if you look at the upper view, why does... Oh my god, Eclipse has no paint on their side.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult to kind of push into this with Eclipse already in this mid area, but this is exactly what you want to see from Eclipse after that rough game 1 where you weren't really able to get anything going. Now in game 2, off to an early lead, and already with 2 players down on that counterattack from Flamison, Eclipse are going to be right back there throwing up that ramp. That Gal going down early as well will make things a little bit dangerous. Firecat threatening down this ramp side with Thero there as well with that Zuka. This just combination that you're able to set up right here with the bubble now as well is going to be so difficult for Flamison to deal with without any specials.
Yeah, and you actually did call it earlier before the match with the bubble actually coming to help Tyre, and it did help really well. Again, they made it to 13, and the Penta just got a last shot. What? They just clipped that, I think. But that was a quick double tap, and that was actually really good double tap to help the side of Eclipse to actually stay on the zone right now in the base of Flamison. But really with all the players down now, we are going to be just seeing a reset once again. With 3 special coming out from Flamison as well, but this again is going to be solved because look at the pain. Eclipse still has no pain on his own, but they are playing hyper aggro, which is going to help them a lot if they still keep like the momentum right now, which they are. But Firecat really on the left side sneaking.
Yeah, that is the strength of Eclipse. If Flamison is able to get anything going, it's going to be difficult for them to retake, but not if Firecat is left unattended in that backline, taking out 2 players, and here we go again, Georgia. Continuous pressure again from Eclipse. You do have the flank coming from Kirima, and they've proven to yet again be that thorn in the side of Eclipse, but not if Firecat has anything to say about it. Quickly shutting down that flank. 1:30 left. All aggression still in favor of Eclipse so far. However, you do have them losing a little bit of steam as they go 2 players down. Nefer just on that left side being able to take out that pen, clearing it out. And that's pretty much a delayed wipe. However, you still have Eclipse in that mid control.
Yeah, but we have to just shout out again. That double and that go really fun on the decap play from Firecat was huge right there, and Ellie also getting the Zuki kill on the wall to actually shut down the 3rd player on the side of Flamison was actually really good because again, now it's a stall fest as we're going to be just winning in the middle. We're going to be seeing just all of Flamison just being coordinated in the middle. They're going in as a group, but again, against a hyper type comp like what we can see right now on this kind of map, which is flat as well too. It is going to be a little bit of a hassle for both sides, but again, with Dire stuff being alive with the 10th ball, you do not want to see that happen with Firecat on the court trying to just clip them from the side as well too. It did give them a 60 for Kira and for Nefer and for Sierra as well, but they didn't make it through. But now with the pain finally getting on the side of Eclipse's base, but to the side of Flamison, it's going to be a little bit issue because we're already going to be seeing just the damage that can be done.
Yeah, and I was a little bit worried there because this is the exact situation in which Eclipse wants to avoid, which is forcing these retakes. And now here you are, you have to force this retake
Oh,
with these specials. A great Zuka shot will take out XF, but was anybody going to get on the tower? Kirima is there to potentially get on it. They will manage to save it in just a short amount of time to force this overtime, but now it is all hell breaking loose on that tower, and it will lead into Eclipse's favor, being able to get that wipeout to put the nail in the coffin there for that game. As now Eclipse take one back, and now it is a 1-1 set here, Jorian, with a very impressive performance by Eclipse from start to finish, and they were able to get that early lead and do something similar that Flamison did in that game 1.
yeah, as we're gonna be like the V plays low a little bit, but sort of fire music coming in the background, just kind of fitting because that should be the vibe of Eclipse right now because they are getting the momentum to return to this game 3, which is going to be a little bit of a flowy map as well, but there is going to be some height to the map as well too because it is going to be Rainbow Until, but really this is about being just more of a flatline kind of map, allowing them to speed more forward instead of just relying on the jump of the spinner and the ramps on Museum of Alcino, with the map being actually kind of big as well too. We saw the hyper dive comp that we saw from Eclipse, and this is what they wanted to do the entire time. And now going to the next map, it might be the same thing again because everyone's going to go to the left side unless someone becomes funny and goes to the right side. Because if they do the start, and by they is Eclipse, if they do the start and one again, they get to immediately push to the right side and just say GG's right there.
And that's exactly where my mind kind of goes as well with Eclipse's comp. I mean, I'm already thinking about the choke points that Undertow has. You mentioned that left side. I was actually thinking of just like the same thing that we saw Eclipse do with on that map with TC, where they were able to kind of get that tent and decal bubble on that ramp area. Same story with Undertow Spillway. You could have Fire and Firecat really move up that left side, be your frontline weapons to really provide a giant shield and make it so difficult for Flamison to really counteract. I mean, when you take a look at the weapons that you saw Flamison run, the Gal and the Pen really being the only weapons that can kind of shred away at that bubble. The other two kind of really difficult to maneuver around a bubble. So it's going to be that interaction that I'm going to be keening eye on, and if Flamison is going to make any changes that adapts to what they've seen Eclipse run so far. But it's all going down to tiebreaker, of course, as soon as Eclipse finds their fourth.
Oh my god. Well, GG's well played, I guess. So
Yep.
now what?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you kind of need fire in that Brilla. More importantly, you need a fourth at the very least to get this going. But quick restart should fix things. Here's to hoping. But yeah, that's the main question I'm really going to be asking here. And it did look like Flamison is running the very similar comp. So it's really going to come down to trying to shut down Fire and Firecat, or do what you did in game 1 and just get off to that early lead and never look back.
Yes. And there is a reason why it's happening, because this is the rush that I had to be playing during the entire match to basically for the toe. Because they are going to be the main aggressor, and with the Umbrella being the main thing for the aggressiveness, they have to play this really well. Just like a Rumors Bank.
Absolutely. But we will be taking a look at that at a different time. I know me and you are going to be looking at that. But of course, love to have that peak music as always going on, just continuing that rush. And like you mentioned, feeding that environment, feeding that energy that exactly both teams want to play. I mean, we've seen it we've seen it play out in both ways with Flamison in game 1 and Eclipse in game 2. So game 3, it's going to come to a head here. Retake of that. We will redo that game number 3 here in this set. Winner take all. Let's jump into it.
Yep, again, the same. Yeah, honestly, the same comp on the side of Flamison, which again, it's understandable. They took a little bit a long time for some reason this setup, but most likely we are going to be seeing Never actually changing to a different kind of headgear. Actually, that's going to be open to gamut, isn't it?
Yes, that is opening Gambit. Looking for that early aggression. Will they see to find that pick here, though? Already half of that Gambit gone. Already one of their teammates gone, and now just 10 seconds left. You do have a cooler to really work with, but it doesn't really look like they'll be able to get much, unless they do get a flank here on this left side. Eclipse already with that early aggression, trying to set the pace for this game, but they are met with an iron wall, as Firecat, really the last player standing there in that right side, will be getting taken out, as well as Fire, leading to a delayed wipe.
Did Never get a kill in the first 30 seconds or no? Because I think
Doesn't look like it.
Open the Gamma is not functional anymore, I think. So with that, we're going to be seeing just Sierra just trying to best to hold on to the mid. That was almost a Zuka kill by that, but the Pencil did shut them down. We are going to be seeing no red Pencil anymore because it's Rainmaker and you have to stay fast-paced, so it makes sense why we see the blue pen now. But there's so much pressure on this side of Flameson going to the base of Eclipse right now. Always trying to go for the clip, but also Kira is so right there almost to shut it down, but no, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and yet again, what happened in Game 1 is happening in Game 3. Flameson off to that blazing hot start. Already 2 players down again for Eclipse. They could look for the KO here, Jordan. If they're not careful, you have a lot of players going down too yet again on the side down for Eclipse. Here comes the splashdown quickly from Kira, and it does look like they'll be almost able to get that. Yet again, though, Eclipse goes 2 players down, so yet again, Flameson does another shot at this XF. The player in the vicinity of it, Sierra, going for the knockout situation here, trying to be a little bit sneaky, but snuffed out by fire, and just several attempts of Flameson to get that quick knockout do fall just short. You see all the jumps coming down on this left side, but the Rainmaker being reset. Just absolute chaos happening on this left side, which is to be expected.
Yeah, I did the same time too, like, at Sierra moment when we saw them at the festival, that was kind of like a Firefly moment because they were thinking they were picking up the Rainmaker. That's why they were holding on right there, because when they noticed that, oh, I don't have the Rainmaker, what do I do now? They tried to actually go for a kill or escape, but they got found at melee, which is unfortunate. But really at the same time too, the jumps like you said as well, that was just a setup kill because even if you have ninja squid or ninja jump, if you are close enough, you can see the jump point, and we saw the Zuka kill and the swipe immediately from Firecat right after, which harder to do a wipeout, but we're going to be seeing right now with the side of the club, they are going to be actually going for the left side as well. That was Firecat actually coming in a little bit too early, trying to go in for a solo kill. We are going to be seeing Ali actually going in with the Mainmaker, but Fire on the left side as well, trying to hold it back, but XF trying to best with the wipe for the pen, and also to be one down. Never is still alive, getting the kill off of just all off, and that's going to be really good for them as they're going to come back in.
And the pattern continues in the set, which it has already so far. You have the early aggressive team really being able to take control from start to finish and never look back. Same story here that is being set up with Flameson with that 1 point left lead that is going to be so difficult to go through. That was a very interesting interaction. I believe the wall was immediately shredded, so a trade will be had there. However, it is obviously going to favor Flameson, who is going to do pretty much what they did in Game 1. Sit back and force Eclipse to run at them.
Yeah, literally that Zuka kill, I think someone did shoot as well. I think that was Never actually shot at the wall as well to actually make the Zuka go for a quick kill on the wall and also get the kill immediately right after. So that was just a frame perfect kind of action right there. But the XF still being alive, no one to action them other than Firecat, who is still alive. They're trying to stick for them, but still getting actually capitalized because of the little ramp right there we can see on the map. As we're going to be seeing XF still alive on maybe 3 down on the side of flames. This might be the KO right there.
Yep, it does look like it.
Oh, okay.
And was the only one there, but not if Firecat barely saves it at the buzzer. But can you do it again? It doesn't look like it, as there are the strikes, and Flameson finally breaks through, making it a 2-1 set in favor of Flameson. Moving on in winners, while Eclipse goes to losers.
That was strikes at the end.
Looks like it, yeah, coming out from that bucket.
That is kind of crazy that it was strikes because it looked like it was just a solo bomb that hit a wall for some reason, but I guess that's fair. But I guess we're gonna be seeing what happens, and we are not gonna be. But we are gonna be just seeing the 2-1 victory to the side of Flameson. That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, and this entire set was really just who can win in the first 30 seconds, who can win in that first push, because that's really what it was for all 3 of these games. First, it was Flameson with that early Clams lead all the way down to 9. Second one was Eclipse all the way down to, I believe, around the 20 mark, somewhere around that, where they were able to get near that 3rd checkpoint and never look back. And here with Flameson with their constant aggression, marking it down all the way to 1 and capping it off with a simple knockout. And that really was, and I'm just really impressed with how Flameson was able to completely neutralize Eclipse's game plan. I was talking about it at the beginning of the game, where it was just the Decav and Tenebrella 2-person game where they were able to kind of set up on that left side, but you didn't really have any opportunities to do so. You had 1 push to do so, and then Flameson shut down the rest.
It was just like the OVO for the side of Flameson. They were just able to just keep on going all the way to the end because they had just no really pressure on your side on this
Oh.
map, like we saw in game 2. But yeah, that ending of what we saw in the game, it just was huge for the side of Flameson. Because they just kept the aggro up no matter what, they didn't back down no matter what. So we are going to be seeing them move on to round 2. And funny enough, talk about round 2, we already have a match set up already for it, but we're just waiting to join in the lobby. So with that, what just any final thoughts about this match in general?
It was chaotic at the end. I mean, we saw of just like constant pushes from start to finish from both sides, really just throwing all that aggression. And that's exactly how you want to play Rainmaker. Just really keep applying that pressure. How you want to play a lot of games. But this is one philosophy of how a team loves to play that is just commonly not seen that both teams share, which is get out to that early lead and then play from beyond, and then keep away the entire time, which is exactly what they did. And both teams did it exactly to perfection, really not allowing the other one to get a leg back in either of their games. But Flameson just able to do it one more time than Eclipse, which is why they were able to take that one. But like you mentioned, we have a match that is ready and coming up soon. Lego Mario Kart World Pukumuku versus Chocolate over Vanilla.
Yeah, this one. You had to
Yep.
just show the names, but yeah, the main thing is honestly, again, since it's a little bit of a scramble and the streamer is commentating right now, what do you think about Chocolate over Vanilla?
I believe I've seen this name before several times in Dapple tournaments. My memory
No,
is-
actually,
yeah.
this has not happened for a while. This name has not existed for a while, and always Chocolate over Vanilla. Why not the other way around?
Yeah, I mean, vanilla ice cream serves its purpose. I mean, it's maybe basic to some people, but I personally like it as an ice cream. But hey, maybe people want to be basic themselves, and now chocolate is becoming that basic option in terms of ice cream. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, people are attuned to their own opinions, but I guess not. I do believe I see Mirage coming out from the cafeteria. Normally, you kind of have them as, I mean, it's kind of fitting with chocolate over vanilla. Like, I mean, if you want something to eat, cafeteria, I mean, I guess ice cream is the way to go for this. So I guess we know their priorities there. You also have muffin here, which adding to that food theme is just awesome. So maybe, I don't know. I guess they prefer chocolate muffins as well.
Honestly, is there a thing called vanilla muffin? There's no such thing as vanilla muffin. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever had like a plain muffin with nothing in it.
No, no, vanilla muffin. So it's like vanilla flavoring inside it. I think there's no such thing as a vanilla muffin. Yeah. So,
At that point, it would be just a cupcake, right? Because like if you were to attempt to put like vanilla flavoring, it's just like where's the line for muffins and cupcakes?
one of the thing is at the same time too. If you say that to chocolate, you can say that to chocolate as well. Because technically there's a double chocolate muffin as well. But technically that would be a little bit of a little bit to the edge borderline of a cupcake. Because there's just no topping on it. The muffin, all the muffin flavoring is inside the actual like batter, not outside. Because I think you consider a cupcake when you actually put like a frosting on it, but if it's just like just the muffin itself is actually large, not like a small thing, that's when you consider it as a cupcake to a muffin, depending on the size and if there's frosting on it.
Right, and I actually just looked it up. So vanilla muffins are in fact existent. They do exist. I mean, at least what Google's telling me is it's a glaze. It's a vanilla like glaze that you put on the outside of the muffin to get that crackling like thing. It's like a how do you describe it? It's like a sugar coating that you put. That does make sense.
So like creme brulee.
Yes, similar to that. Or you just kind of have that glaze on the outside. Okay, I can kind of see that. I'm not gonna lie, that's just making me hungry.
Well, it's a good thing that you don't have food and I have food because can eat all the way through. But we have to wait till the block ends. And anyways, during that time, we do have a match actually now ready with everyone in the room. During the muffin discussion, we are going to be actually going to be seeing. So, Calamitous Scorched, Mahi on zones, and then Inkblot on tower.
Right.
This is just mayhem at this point because we already know from the title Lego Mario Kart World Pikamoku. Oh my god, that's a long word to say. Flower, Spooky Spinner, the Spooky Spinner by the way. Ichigo is going to be the nicely scalp play with Kraken. Do one trick basically. And we're going to be seeing Cheap in just playing as well. They are a just chipped in my own no. I know I messed it up, but the main thing is those two play together so much with Ichigo as well in the pickup. It just makes sense why they just play so well, and why they make a team like that. McClower being added as well as a backline, it might just help their solid defenses when they all go all the way to the middle and go all the way to defend on the basket. Because, fun fact, if you don't know, Clara likes to play the B heavy, not the Kraken heavy.
Wow, it's a very interesting kind of interaction. You typically think on Clam Blitz that Kraken can be a very nice tool to use, not only as a distraction, but hey, get out the way, I'm escorting my Rainmaker here. But hey, I mean, if it works, it works. I have seen Claire as well kind of run that different form of Splatling, and we could see it here. No, we actually see a almost backless type comp coming out from Lego Mario Kart Worlds here, as you have the 96 Dial Gecko and the Jet Sculpture with Rain, and it has a very interesting choice of special diversions, if I were to say myself. You have a Kraken, a Zipcaster, and a Rain coming out from Lego Mario Kart World, while on the other side with Chocolate over Vanilla, kind of very standard comp.
Again, like this is why the reason that it makes sense why they go to Jet Spectral on the side of Lego Mario Kart, just because of Ichigo going to Kraken, like was mentioned earlier. But it's kind of shocking that we're seeing Clara actually expanding up to the Jet Squadron. But we're gonna be seeing right now just immediately busy on the crab, trying to go for aggro approach, but not going out for elbow. But everyone just putting clams left, right, and center. But just that was just a push to 68. That's not gonna be that good of a push with 2 down now. Actually, that's gonna be the first push immediately gone.
Yeah, and you did have that early aggression, which I do love coming out from Chocolate over Vanilla, but just being able to shut it down was Lego Mario Kart with these players now having their specials as well. Zipcaster online. Ichi does have a Kraken to utilize as well to continue poking away near this basket just to cause that distraction. But here comes the ball, here comes the push. 2 players down on the side of Chocolate over Vanilla as well, so a great opening can be had by Lego Mario Kart to get this one back, with being able to take that lead and the pity claim still waiting in case one of these players do go down.
Yeah, we can see just so much space. No one going for the pity clam yet, but we are going to be seeing Chip maybe trying to go for soul cuts, but then Ichigo actually going for the right clams over there. Actually going to go possibly for the one-hit KO, actually, because there is enough clams if they see the clams on the bottom, but Chip doesn't see it at all. Ichigo doesn't see it either. But Chip found more clams on the right side, actually, so it might be the end of push unless someone sneaks through, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Everyone's playing defense right now in the middle.
There was actually a window of opportunity there for Lego Mario Kart to potentially get the Super Clam in with a jump, like you mentioned, being able to get that knockout, but Chocolate over Vanilla just being able to shut down that window of opportunity in a quick amount of time will keep this game alive. Still plenty of time to be played, as now both teams have already got their initial pushes going. Still a little bit under 3 minutes to go, as now both teams just trying to feel each other out. It does look like, however, Lego Mario Kart will get the slight advantage here with numbers, but now a 1v1 happening in the mid here, with Vizzy still being oppressive on that crab.
Yeah, and Chief actually did do a little bit of trickery too, Busy actually make them drop the crab onto the floor, not in wall form as well. So it gave them a little bit more time to just escape. At the same time, it just gave them so much more of an opportunity to throw a bomb. But unfortunately, they did not have a bomb in time, so they didn't go for the funny bomb kill with the crab. But we saw them actually sweep up with the rest of the team and have a little bit of control in the middle. But that immediately just got countered because we saw Mirage coming in and Mafia coming in as well. Busy still being like for the long time, finally getting cut by Myono, getting a double as well with the help of Chief, going all the way to maybe getting the Clam Ball in as well too.
Yeah, 2 minutes left now. Little under half of the game to be played. Claire moving up on this right side, trying to find anything for the rest of Lego Mario Kart just to continue to apply that pressure. That's something I'd love to see here, as they constantly are keeping Chocolate over Vanilla back, just leaving them no room to really breathe, as you have Cheap on this right side, continuing to get some more clams. And here comes the crab coming out, and Cheap's already taking the initiative, at least causing a distraction and forcing the players of Chocolate over Vanilla back. But with that 3-player down situation, this push will come to an end. Very little additional points to be scored to extend that lead, but now an opportunity for Chocolate over Vanilla to respond back.
Once again, we are going to be seeing the S5s having a special ready. We are going to be seeing Trite being ready as well. That's going to be a Booyah coming up well, but Mayono trying to go for the kill on Mawaj, but doesn't actually get the hit. So we're going to be seeing Dasha on the slot actually coming in through. Possibly going to be helping with the clam economy, but it doesn't look like right now trying to go for a kill, but we're seeing just Klawa and also Mayono and also Chief all the way in the middle, trying to go for another scoring immediately. Again, with the 22 penalty, that's going to be just one clam extra with the whole clam coming in from Klawa immediately, and that's going to be Ichigo with that. And there is clams on the right side. Klawa does see that, and Mayono is going to be seeing that as well. This is going to be KO.
A quick one in that themselves, they were able to just completely neutralize any follow-up pushes that Chocolate over Vanilla could have potentially had to get into that mid-control, and we saw it constantly, that they were able to find the response despite their very unorthodox comp. I mean, not really a traditional backline. You have two of those more poking weapons with the 96 and the Jet Squelcher, counteracted by the Stamper Zap duo being able to work together in nice conjunction. But, I mean, it led to a very balanced comp that, although you have Chocolate or Vanilla having a more standard comp in that aspect, they were just unable to break through.
And just really, again, from the last match, we saw just a hyper-type kind of comp. And for like a Mario Kart, again, we're going to be seeing that kind of comp again, which for, like, say not a non-typical backline, if you say that in like S2, S1, that definitely would be a backline because the joke, I think if I remember correctly, Jessica can hit half the map. That joke still kind of exists, so technically it's the backline, or if you want to play with mid lines, which technically makes sense because we are going to be seeing Ichigo running the mid line, but for Chocolate vs Vanilla, they have a pen, they have a slosher, they have the S-Splash, they have a splash, they have mid lines plus the pencil, which is basically cooler support, which is going to possibly help them a lot going to the next map mode. But for right now, for the first one, they were able to just play aggro for like a Mario Kart, and Chocolate vs Vanilla, or Chocolate over Vanilla, they just need to find a way to just stay in mid the entire time for this map.
Exactly, and that's what I was kind of about to say as well, in terms of, yes, both teams technically have two mid lines. You have the S-Blast and the Bucket from Chocolate or Vanilla, plus the Pen as well, that could outrange the Jet Squelcher and the 96, but the strengths of those two weapons, the Jet Squelcher and the 96, you have the flexibility to move around. They're both shooters. They have the ability to have that mobility, really being able to just constantly poke away with a little bit of a faster, more oppressive poking style than you would have with an S-Blast. Of course, the weakness of the S-Blast is going to be its fire rate. Similar thing with a Bucket as well, with its uniqueness of having a different firing mode. But that's exactly what LEGO Mario Kart was able to lean into. So now on this Game 2 Mahi Zones, it's going to really come down to, like you mentioned, just Chocolate over Vanilla getting that strength into their comp, which is playing for that mid-control early and keeping it.
And one thing to know as well, Ashley, since you didn't mention out like the slosh or mention out all the wall weapons like the S-Blast, and also we're not going to be seeing that far enough. We are going to be seeing the Printer Pro now coming in instead of the Splash. We're going to be seeing the Sword coming in instead of the Slosher, but the S-Blast and the Pencil still going to be coming in, but Mayono is coming in with a brush this time, and we are going to be seeing the Spooky Spinner coming out now from Chloe, coming in with the Side Order Heavy. That is going to be just a way bigger coming out with Ichigo still going on with the Kraken. It's going to help them really well, but we have to wait for the times to go down for Ichigo to actually play it off well, because we can see the ball is still alive. If Ichigo falls off, that's going to be GG's right there with the Kraken. But it should be enough time for them to actually come back in and pop them up in time. As we can see right now, Ichigo immediately doing the Kraken in their base instead of middle.
Yeah, very now interesting interaction for these weapon comps. You have Mayono, of course, switching over to that brush, which is really good into mid lines that are typically a little bit slower, which is exactly what we see Chocolate over Vanilla having, switching to 3 mid lines in total, not being able to get out that bomb. That is very unfortunate from that hammer, and that will actually lead to Chocolate over Vanilla taking that zone, which looks like a very promising, maybe 1 or 2 picks coming out from that hammer will be no more, as now the strong mid control is what Chocolate over Vanilla is trying to stress for, busy finding one onto Mayono on that right side, and now trying to secure the zone for their team.
And the funny thing as well for Mayono, like if they were able to actually get the hammer kill, if they didn't wait for a little bit and just immediately play it off, if they pulled that hammer and just immediately threw it on the right side, that would have been a triple. But Miyono, I think, didn't notice that because, again, in spectator game, you can see everyone, but for the player side, you don't even know them. But with the bomb coming out, that was unfortunate for them. And getting shot down immediately from Vizzy as well, that's unfortunate because that was long range. And now we don't see any kind of aggression on the side of Lego Mario Kart at all. And with the lead coming swapping over to the side of Chocolate over Vanilla, this might be a little bit of a deficit right now for the side of Lego Mario Kart. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw Mayona, though, being able to find one with the hammer onto the Zipcaster and the second one onto the pen, which completely opened the door now for LEGO Mario Kart to get this one back, maybe rectifying their mistake that they had earlier with this hammer. So now giving LEGO Mario Kart a little bit more life. Clara going back to their signature heavy splatling on this right side, just trying to set up for a crossfire. Of course, you will have to deal with them if you're on the side of Chocolate over Vanilla, but the main focus now is at least trying to get something going on the right side of the zone. Booyah Bomb is available for Mirage, just waiting for an opportunity to use it as retakes are so difficult on Mahi.
Yeah, as we're going to be seeing all of us coming out, we're going to be seeing the hammer, we're going to be seeing even the Zipcaster coming out as well, and even we're going to be seeing the Kraken coming out, and we're going to see the leech is going to the side of like a Mario Kart coming in. Ichigo trying to run with a dash shot right now, but doesn't actually seem to hit up really well, but gave them a distraction, but Busy trying to bet to just fight on the zone right now. The hammer immediately going for the head, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, really nicely done for LEGO Mario Kart to bring that one back, and that was really just all poised to atone to their just comp. You had Mayono, like I mentioned, being able to have the flexibility of having that speed to go into a comp that is a little bit slower, because I could see the thought process for why Chocolate over Vanilla would bring that comp. I mean, in Game 1, what were we talking about? We were talking about how LEGO Mario Kart was able to constantly poke away at Chocolate over Vanilla with their midlines that were just faster in that Gal and the Jet Squelcher. And then, so now you have Chocolate over Vanilla in Game 2 trying to counteract that poking ability with poking of their own, with now bringing over that Pro. But whether it be a Soul Read or whether it be Mayono just preferring Brush here, you just had the perfect counteract to that, which is that speed of the brush, and we saw them several times create so many openings.
Yeah, and also I had to say that too for the side of Biono, like at the end, that was just contemplate right there, put the hammer to the face of Vizzy, just for the revenge of the clip that we saw at the end, just trying to go away from the jump, but Vizzy just immediately sounding out and killing them. But the main thing right now, we again see for LEGO Mario Kart, they are going to be 2-0 and moving on to the quarterfinals. And they are going to be actually playing immediately battling against G. So that's going to be interesting to see on and off stream, because we actually are not going to be shooting that. We actually have a little bit of time to chill for a bit, because we are going to be seeing reacting to my something. I think back to my homies. Back to my way, yeah. Thank you. Who actually just wanted 2-1 against Distinct, and Zero DP versus a Simulation, who is right now not actually not in match. They didn't report scores yet, but they do have a stream going on, so possibly we can look in on that pretty soon. But do you want to go and fake Rocket? That's the main question.
I think we can. I think we can build up a little bit of suspense here, because, like you mentioned, reacting to my way, getting the 2-1 upset over Distinct is something I did not have on my board today, as we just wait as Assimilation and 0DB, like you mentioned, will get their match going. So we'll be taking a momentary break as we move on here, just waiting for Winners Bracket Round 3 quarterfinals to get ready.
Well, actually, to stall a little bit, because, you know, with every Twitch channel, you have to have ads. So we're waiting for the ads to finish, so when the ad's going to be finished in like 15 seconds, we will going to be on break. But yes, we are going to be doing a live look-in on the Assimilation versus 0DB match, which actually is still not going on yet, because, again, they are waiting for a +1 to join in the lobby. They didn't even start game 1 yet. I think they just like got into the lobby, actually. I think, yeah, the bottom half of the bracket has been going really fast, if you can't tell already.
Yep, but like Julian mentioned, we'll be right back.
Yep. Let me just
momentarily.
We're fitting the overlay a little bit on hand. So enjoy the POV of Nintendo's 21 from the side of 0DB. We are going to be looking at the live looking, and also Wordle at the same time too, because yes, So we will be back watching all that stuff and enjoy the break.
Welcome back, all. We are looking at the paddling pool number 347, Rocket and Joryan, of course, and we are just jumping straight into the action here. Winners bracket round 3.2, reacting to My Way versus Assimilation. Reacting to My Way, the team, of course, getting that upset over Distinct, and Assimilation getting the quick 2-0 there in the orange, with reacting to My Way in the purple.
Yep, that is correct. And also at the same time too, we did see on the side of reacting to My Way, we are going to be seeing just usual names like Minty and Iroh and Evie. Well, mostly Minty is the main node name for the side of the NA. Well, for Assimilation, we're going to be seeing just the EU competitors like Balance, but for various combat and Uka, that's going to be the mostly some NA people, like some people from CCA as well. So we're going to be just seeing with Assimilation immediately. They're going to be going immediately with the first climb opening. That's going to be down to 50 points left.
Yeah, and Assimilation playing to their standard in terms of how these players love to play, and that's just fast aggression. That is just the name of the game, and just what we see as a very common theme at this level of play. And already with a minute, just adding to that theme as well, you're already down to that 50-point threshold, under the 60-point threshold for Assimilation to really just kind of poke away, keeping it by. You have Raze on this right side trying to get something going, but still constantly just applying that pressure to reacting to My Way, which is exactly how you want to play.
I'm going to be just waiting again on this side of this Assimilation in general. That's going to be a hammer coming out of nowhere with actually Touchbuds coming out as well. Touchbuds one way it's going to come out now, getting a quad player all the way to just 2 down immediately and getting another one off the bat as well. That's going to be another one coming down as well. That's going to be dread off actually by Minty, a little bit of delay, but you know, expected to lag. But we're going to be seeing just really the paint side. That's going to be still going inside the Assimilation.
Yeah, a very generally fast comp that Reacting My Way does have, but counteracted by an equally fast comp with just Comrade being able to move in with that Carbon, just creating so much pressure and presence. Similarly with Tusk as well, you see on that left side, won't be able to win that 1v1. However, you will have Assimilation just getting a little bit more clams, and there's one more added to that's total as Comrade. Maybe looking to punch their ticket right back in, as they will find one onto the pen. Really nicely done there. Just the patience from this Carbon.
Now it's just a very fast jump scare. Almost getting a second one as well, but they went to the crab, so that gave them a lot of HP. But immediately they got shut down because of double bombs as well from Rage and Tusk together. So that's going to be just them again going all the way to Assimilation, having no clams up right now other than bounce. We actually got the ball in, but thinking of you right now, actually getting a hammer. So getting a kill because again of the range of the hammer. Actually getting just 2 kills off the bat right there, but with no other clams left. Comet trying to go in for a second, but doesn't actually go in through. That is going to be again another bit for Assimilation, but free for the clam. Well, not really a free for the clam because he didn't pick it up.
Yeah, and you saw Tusk being able to slow the roll as well of the retake from Reacting My Way, as you saw a 1-for-1 trade will being had. But now, Reacting My Way finally have some space to really work with. Now, moving up this left stack, you see 3 players on the side of Assimilation, though, immediately jump at the opportunity to try to counteract this, but Reacting My Way doing really well with that space, constantly, slowly but surely moving forward. They do go 2 players down, however, and this is the danger of Assimilation constantly applying that pressure. Even though they went 2 players down, you didn't have any opportunity for Reacting My Way to move forward with that, and we're right back to round 1. We're reset back to where we've had been basically this entire game with Assimilation on the offense.
Round 1 and ground 0 with Reyes actually getting another climb ready, but again, with this map being just a little bit of a stalemate, or just not a little bit, a big stalemate right now, with just climbs in the middle of combat not wanting to sneak it because they are common molar. And common molars like to sneak. They are going to be pinning a little bit forward because Touch is going to be helping them a little bit more, but the pencil is waiting to just go in for and just try to get a solo kill with the rest of the team. Bowser and thinking of you right now. Think of you getting 4 clans right now. Bounce trying to go in for the solo clan, but getting killed for it. That's gonna be a mid left, and think of you getting a double as well. Getting a triple actually, and the punch is gonna be coming in through.
Nice hammer throw as well to completely shut down Assimilation's push. This is the push that you need to have for Reacting My Way to stay in this. Crab is available as well, just waiting for an opportunity to use it, and it will be used. Bazin on this left side will provide that artillery fire, that covering fire that can allow Reacting My Way to move forward. You do have to worry about Comrade, though, always being this annoyance on the side, and they will even find that pick as well, finding a second onto Thinking For You, a third onto Minty, and basically single-handedly shutting down that push in itself as they were able to find all 4 of those members, almost finding another one onto the retreating pen.
Unfortunately, that was a triple, not a quad. So, yeah, that Zuki kill, if it did hit, it would have been the quad. But we are going to be seeing just 9 seconds left in the clock by now. And if it that's going to be no clamps on the side of either side other than the pity clamps at the back. So, if no one picks them up, all we're going to be seeing the clamps go in on the pencil right now. That is going to be just no score right now at all, actually. That's going to be really equaling to the steal penalty. But with only like 15 seconds left on the penalty clock, and the Amber getting in 3, getting a double kill right there. That's going to be, again, the penalty died off, but we need to see another all cap coming in too, or just the pity clamp coming in too, and Bazin going to be closing it out.
Really nicely done there for reacting my way in a very clutch moment, but it's just completely flipping the script on Assimilation. Assimilation seemed to have their number basically from start to finish, but you saw the Wiper come in, thinking for you, finding a nice double. I believe it was a double or a triple as well, but regardless, they were able to find that hammer pick off of the throw and completely pave the way for the rest of Reacting My Way to follow suit. And that's exactly how Assimilation was able to get their pick as well. They were able to have their initiator really have Comrade and have Tusk be the front two to get that push going. But Reacting My Way doing the exact same with Thinking For You, and we saw constantly another great hammer from Thinking For You. They've just been on point with that, and they were able to be the one to lead the way for Reacting My Way.
And literally with that, like, that's going to just be the first game going to Reacting My Way. Again, one thing to know is Reacting My Way is seed 13 and Simulation is seed 5. Again, seeding is not based off TOC, it is based off Sendu seeding. And all the maps are picked by the players. Oh, no, they're not picked by the... Well, no, it is picnic format. So the maps are picked by the players, but the tiebreaker is going to be based off the TOs. So this first map actually going to Reacting My Way. It does actually makes sense because both of them did pick the map mode together, so they all are in all agreement that they wanted to be like really good in that. But now we're going to be going to Splatzel's Museum, which is going to be Assimilation's pick.
Yeah, it's not a fairly common scene map mode combination, at least in NA, but we do see it occasionally from EU here, and of course we see it here in Paddling Pool. But kind of to add to the point of Reacting My Way being the 13th seed and Assimilation being the 5 seed, just because it's Sendu doesn't mean that this is like a real, like, there is room for, how did I say that, like, room for subverted expectations. I mean, of course, coming from the 13th seed who just beat Distinct, a very strong team in their own right, 2-1. I mean, this team is seemingly just kind of flexing their muscles on everybody, and we saw it right there with Reacting My Way being able to get that come from behind victory on Assimilation. Of course, long sets now with it being best of 5, so Assimilation, like you mentioned, this being their map pick, could be room for a bounce back.
Yeah, there is a chance for best of bounce back as well, because this is best of 5, not best of 3 anymore. So, as you're going to be waiting for the time to clock down to 3 seconds remaining on the game clock, we are going to be going into spot zones on Museum del Casino. Again, one thing to know as well, this is a map that no one has picked in a while other than in Shining Cup, or in anything like in the zone, or in, you know, Sendu Q. So, seeing this map played out right now is going to be a little bit goofy, but it's going to be a little bit fun. Just look at that square. It's a big square.
Yeah, it is. It's a very even square as well, and taking a look at both sides, you gotta have minimal changes on the side of Reacting My Way. I don't think there's really any changes, actually, as a matter of fact, but on the side of Assimilation, you have Bounce going to that cooler, cooler 96 gal, as well, I believe, is the pro change as well. So now you have a lot more, you have a similar flexibility in terms of having those 2 poking weapons, and we see it really flexing its muscles as 2 players already are down for Reacting. Actually, no, Reacting to My Way actually going 2 players down, never mind.
Yeah, Simulation is going to be the one that's 2 up, and also, like you said, with the 96 gal cooler, that's going to be helping them with more pokers. I think we're going to see Bowser really going up on the spinner on the side of Reacting to My Way, getting unfortunately caught in the 50-50 and losing that 50-50, but with support of the pencil on the side of the Simulation, that's going to be keeping up the kill and not having any aggressive going it through it. But as we're going to be seeing, just Assimilation still having to control the zone because of the big square, like that's 50% finally being captivated for the side of Reacting My Way, but they do not actually get it at all because the rest of the team is still alive in the middle. Definitely shout out for comment, because they've been sneaking the bottom the entire time and not allowing anyone to sneak through to the bottom.
Yeah, the ledge camping ability of the Carbon continues to be underestimated, and it continues to find its value. Same thing with Tusk with that Stamper, but now here comes the Booyah Bomb. Being able to counteract that Crab, which does get taken out, just thinking of you being the last player standing with that Stamper. They will manage to find one, but quickly being shut down by Comrade's Carbon, as well as the jump in. 10 ticks left, really just the pen and thinking for you left to try to attempt to contest this, but now with just the pen remaining, it will be a quick, almost 100-0 for Assimilation to bounce back.
Yeah, and the funny thing is too, like, by the side of a genuine simulation, I think they never died at all. I think they might have died once at the start, and that was it. But the main thing for Common and Reyes, they were at the bottom the entire time, not caring about pushing up at all. They wanted to just secure the middle the entire time, which they did. Common and Reyes together just beat the main painter, just like, again, 2 rats. And the rat player, again, definitely this would be shouting out to Comrade for that one, being able to stand the ground and getting the sweep of Red Reyes, who basically was the bait in the whole situation, and able to participate it all through. So this is why they picked the map mode, and it does make sense why they just were so top with it. But now, with Tower Control on Mikamon coming up next, which is picked by Reacted to My Way, what do you think is going to be changed, or do you think it's going to be the same thing?
You're gonna have to counteract Comrade. That has been the main leading theme of that second game. Comrade was able to really shut down a lot of things in conjunction. I keep going back to it. Comrade and Tusk, both of them just constantly applying that pressure, which is what you expect from your Slayers and midliner, really being able to work well off of each other. But specifically on this map, TC Macromarts, this literally just screams to me of being able to get around these angles and really being able to kind of contest the tower from very difficult to deal with situations. So if you're on the side of Reacting to My Way, you need to find those answers. I could envision maybe a blaster here, but really just that's really all it comes down to, really just dealing with the front line that Assimilation has been able to have, which was able to completely shut down Reacting to My Way in any form of retake. So unless they want a repeat of that second game, they need to find answers, whether it be weapon changes or just a changing of how they deal with those two.
Fuck it. Random question. Do you know Minty? Like, as a player, or no?
Not really. Enlighten me.
Do they play Explo?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, if we do see an Explo, it could be, it could be something similar to what I saw in CCA with what Vapor did on this map.
Do you want to hear a quote?
Yes.
Minty and Bounce from Sendu Chat. That was from 2 minutes ago when the game ended. Minty, Bounce, we need to explode the you. Bounce, do it. I dare you. We might be seeing an Explo coming out.
I wouldn't hate it at all. I mean, you have that splashdown to really be able to kind of contest that right side, and it could be something that's very valuable to bring here, but we'll only have to wait and see as we jump into this game 3 as both teams are evened up.
We are going to be now seeing that on the side. No Explo yet, and no Explo either. What's the bait? We just got rage baited live with Expo. So that's unfortunate. But we are going to be seeing actually doubles. We're going to be seeing the splash from Bowser going in with the Neo Splash. We are going to be seeing the Sword still staying alive. We're going to be seeing Minty still staying with the Winter. Same with Bounce actually staying with the 96 Gal. And another Winter coming out alive as well. So the only change was the Neo Splash.
Oh, very interesting you don't have that Explosion, but the Neo Splash is there, of course, for those GG strikes, really to provide some support. And I do like the choice just to try to outpaint these two weapons, like I mentioned earlier, with trying to space out and just leave no room to operate for Comrade. But Comrade doing Comrade things will, of course, just constantly try to keep threatening on that right side, but so far, neither side has really been able to gain that threshold. Of course, as soon as they say that, the Vazen will throw out these strikes to potentially give Reacting to My Way a little bit more opportunities to work up, which they are taking in full as Tusk is the first to fall.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing Bounce by now, so on the spy side with the Lion Marker as well at ball plane, trying to get a kill, and they do get a kill actually, a little bit of support with the 96 Gal all off, and it's still going to be helping to the advantage, trying to go for a double, getting a single first, not getting a double yet because of the bomb, but in general, we are going to be seeing them trying to close Shin, but slowly but surely though, because this is Reacting to My Way's pick, so you can see the competition they're playing it, but Combat coming back in finally. They want to go for the ledge bomb, and they do successfully with a solo Combat.
Yeah, Comrade just poking away down on that left side. Booyah Bomb going out as well, as both players just trying to constantly just keep reacting to my way out of that area. Comrade with Bazooka as well could prove to be very, very dangerous, just being able to utilize that. Here comes the Pro as well, but they are quickly taken out as that push loses so much steam. 2 players down in total as reacting to my way are pushing back with a quick force. Here comes the Hammer Throw, actually being able to help take out Tusk's Booyah Bomb, and with 3 minutes left, it's been the most dead even we've seen so far out of the 3 games.
Yeah, because it is Mako mode on time control, one of the most map modes that's been played in tournaments in general, so you can see how confident both players are, and with the weapons as well, it seems like it's the regular old weapon cards that people play in like solo queue or in center queue as well. So everyone's just so confident on the fights. Other than Bounce or the nice discount, that's the only oddball pick that for the side of reaction by way doesn't know how to actually battle it off, because we're seeing it immediately right after with them getting soul kill. And with the line marker as well, getting them marked or trying to get them marked, which they do actually, that's going to be still them getting to checkpoint but not getting all the way past it.
Yeah, but you see constantly applying this pressure is reacting to my way, who has been able to save that lead that you initially saw, now just a 3-point lead in favor of reacting to my way. I still think of this match still dead even, as neither side has been able to get past that crucial first checkpoint. Here come the missiles, though, from Minty to continue applying that pressure, continue reacting my way's momentum, and it does look like they'll be able to succeed in that, getting that pick, but the tower does fall a little bit back, so a little bit of time lost on that point, but it does look like they'll break through this first checkpoint, Jurion, as here come the strikes as well to keep applying that aforementioned pressure.
Yeah, Rocket, that's why, but we are going to see immediately still Combat off the bat, off the whip, with the Zuko coming in play as well, coming from the side of Assimilation, but they only make it up to 5.7, 7.277. Hey, like 7.27. We are going to be seeing them still stay at that number with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, aka 1 minute 25 seconds remaining now, but we down on the side of Vector my way as well. So, with the side of Simulation, riding the tower for a little bit, but not all the way to, again, first checkpoint is the main deficit for everyone.
Minute and 15 left, continuing to apply this pressure. You have to keep going and going and going here in the crucial moments of things with that nearing minute mark. Comrade are setting themselves up really nicely under this ledge as well, with Tusk on the right side. The pieces are there to continue moving forward as 3 are down on the side of reacting to my way. Just a pen left, and that will be a quick lead change for Assimilation. And now the tides are completely turned, and it has been becoming a little bit of a disastrous situation for reacting to my way.
Wow, look at Tusk right now. Minty actually shut them down, so never mind. We were going call him out for a sneak, but that doesn't even happen at all. But even them getting shut down as well by Reyes, who's holding on to Rice. I think of you trying to go in for a sneak as well. But again, they jump out a million times because the range, the shots didn't actually hit them at all. They only got a hit for like 1 tap and that's it. But now we're going to be hitting it for a final checkpoint out of Simulation. But that's not going to be anyone staying alive right now. But thinking of you actually going in for the ham, but getting immediately shut down as well. Bounce going for the 1-1, getting it to Minty, but actually getting survived by the Tentamus as well. They are going to be in a sneaky position right now. But for right now, we're going to be still holding up for Combat and the rest of the team on the side of Simulation, just holding on for the 10 more seconds till left.
Yes, final seconds left now with that monstrous lead. It's going to have to be some miracle for reacting my way to get this one back, but that Booyah Bomb is just waiting for the second of overtime, and that's exactly why we call it a GG special there.
And at the same time, too, Tusk and even the Slash was able to just wait at the final moments. But yeah, that's going to be the GG special coming in, and that's going to be 2-1 right now for the side of Simulation in the lead.
Yes, really nicely done there. From just being able to kind of bounce back from that initial 1-down deficit, but 2 back is a really nice lead now to have for Assimilation. We will be going to Rainmaker now on Scourge Gorge, but to do it on the opponent's pick is a monstrous effort, just really nicely done to finally break away, as from basically 4 minutes of that entire match, 3.5, 4 minutes, whatever you want to call it, it was just completely deadlocked from both sides. Both sides just trading blows with each other. Not really a lot of movement. It did look promising that push that Reacting My Way had to initially get that first checkpoint, but Simulation punched back with a very, very impressive push of their own. You see Comrade there with their Carbon just constantly applying that pressure and leaving the players not able to contest the tower at the very end.
Yep. And now with that, we are going to be going to Rainbow Scourge again. This is the map that both teams has picked. So this is more or less going to be the second equalized of a map, aka the second tiebreaker. Because look at that, right after that is Umami Ruins, which is actually going to be the regular tiebreaker for Piling Pool this time around. Because we did change the tiebreaker pool a couple weeks ago. I think it was like 2 months ago, actually, to be exact. So with this being a tiebreaker map already, it's going to be interesting to see how much of a snowball effect it can go, because Scourge, even though people say that it could be equalized, it's a snowball kind of map if you have the momentum and if you have the speed as well, like for the side of React to My Way or even Assimilation, if they able to hold down the fort. That's how you know they can get speed.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to that initial pick or the initial plays from the very beginning, I think, to really set the pace of it, because both sides have shown their ability to show that speed, have both shown their ability to play at that fast pace. Assimilation in that game 3 and Reacting to My Way in that game 1 when we saw them have that come from behind victory. So it's really just going to come down to whoever is going to get that opening momentum on their side and who's able to let it carry further. We see Bounce now switching over to that Explosher after, like you mentioned, that wonderful interaction in Sendu chat. With Reacting to My Way, still sticking to their guns, still sticking to their comp. Definitely gonna be looking at thinking for you though, because we saw how dangerous their hammers can be in that game 1.
I can't believe the breach actually happened on the wrong mode. That's the crazy thing. Because the Exo Slaughter, to be exactly, they have Splashdown, which is going to be good, but honestly, doesn't Exo have Rain as well for the other kit? But being the most supportive kit on that side,
Ooh.
but it actually doesn't matter at all because they just got wiped out immediately off the bat. So I think they're just confident on the hyper dive kind of comp they have by now, because the Carbon, the sword, and even the Winter Pro is still alive, and they're all the way through. So I think they're going to be just banking off that instead of Bounce with the extra, with just being the backlight support, being with the Splashdown just to cover ground.
Yeah, but completely killing that momentum was Reacting to My Way, which looked very dangerous for them because of just how many specials Assimilation had on that elbow position, but completely turning the tide now. You have the missiles going out, finding one onto Baze and the Crab on the other for Reacting to My Way to counteract that, but now, we see an opportunity for Reacting to My Way to move forward on this right side. Now, this is the major choke point, of course. Comrade finds a little sneaky way through to at least stall out the push a little bit, and here comes the rest of their team. Bounce with that splashdown just to secure more elbow control, but it's still a 2v2 here in this mid area. It is not over yet. You have Blazin, though, throwing in the white towel as Assimilation will get back control mid.
That's a new saying about throwing in a white towel, I guess, but I never heard that before. But the main thing is we're going to be seeing the hammer throw trying to come into, but no, that actually gets cancelled out immediately because of the side shot from Tusk and with the help of the Winter Ball as well. So we're going to be seeing just more defense, just like the last game. In general, they are going to be going a little bit back to the Mimic a little bit, but not going in forward for the side of Simulation because they know they have to lead the way. Bounce having the Mimic actually is not that good because they don't have Splashdown buddy in time, and Baz is still going on a rampage right now, getting a double kill right there. Well, a support double kill, support a triple kill now, and that's going to be helping them get the checkpoint.
Yep, slowly but surely Reacting to My Way has found an opportunity to get that checkpoint pop and now have a great opportunity to continue the push as well, with Blazin's Crab being popped on this pivotal left side, poking away at Assimilation, leaving them no room to really move up. 2-for-1 trade will be had in favor of Reacting to My Way, so these additional points are going to come at a premium. Minty now with that Rainmaker making it all the way down to the 27-point mark. 2.5 minutes left in the match, still plenty of time for Assimilation to find a bounce back, but it's going to have to come off of a similarly great push that Reacting to My Way is doing to them, as well as still Reacting to My Way still on this elbow area.
And one funny thing to know as well, when the Peso did get popped, we did see a hammer kill actually going in the exact same time, getting a 1 in a 1,000 shot, I think, because that's just more of a hitbox issue. What we are going to be seeing right now, just it gave them the advantage to give them all the way up to 27. Because if they didn't get the kill of Reyes with the Winter Pro, that would have just shut them down immediately and cut them down to like 50. Which actually is still giving them the lead, but it would have been a little bit more of an issue to push more forward to a comfortable spot, which we can see immediately thinking of you going to that stalemate spot on the bottom right.
Yes, 3-player down situation did lead to now Assimilation moving forward. A lot of space in front of them as well. 2 players down on the side of Reacting to My Way. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. This could be an early lead change. Only the Pens left to take it, but they don't save it in time. It's a 1-point lead in favor of Assimilation, who is able to take it right back. Tusk, just using that Booyah Bomb now, being able to provide the jumps on this left side, and now has provided a little bit of a bunker for Assimilation to really play off of. 2 players down on both sides. Tusk is daring Blazin to take that fight, but Blazin will be the one to win and overall come out on top. But with a minute left, Reacting to My Way now have to answer back yet again.
And the funny thing is, well, for the side of Simulation, there was a hesitance there too about what if they wanted to go forward or not. But they did decide to go forward, but they decided a little bit too late to go push all the way forward and go hyperdrive, because if they actually decided to not go for that hesitant push and just committed to go all the way through, that would have gone down to like 24. That would have been a really just safer push right there. But because again, the snowballing map on scoreboard is still existing, we are going to be seeing them just survive at the 26 to 27 point and 1-point deficit happening, because everyone is just fighting a bit. If you find a wipeout in the next 20 seconds, that's basically going to be the end of the game.
20 seconds left in regulation. Reacting to My Way, of course, has to pick up that Rainmaker. Comrade, though, making it very annoying to really do so. They do find one onto Blazin somehow with that just basically just annoyance pickup saying, hey, you better take acknowledge of me, as now time running out in regular time. Here we go in overtime. A very dangerous situation to be in any aspect of Splatoon. Overtime, Rainmaker, yup, there it goes. As Assimilation signaturely knows what their win condition is, and it's just to run forward and take out those players.
And now with that, in the end, we are going to be seeing Assimilation move on and win by that 1-point deficit. And that's going to be the end of the set for this round, and they are going to be fighting off against Seed 1 now.
Yes, Seed 1 in Super Rich Kids. You very familiar names there, of course, but we won't be able to take a look at that match as we'll be looking at the opposite side of bracket, which just finished, actually, as a matter of fact, with Blank Z, and yet again, a familiar team that we saw earlier, Lego Mario Kart World Pikimiku.
Yeah, that's the really funny thing, because for our matches, for the matches so far, we got baited twice now in the combat.
Yep.
Because for the first match, we were going to be actually swapping over to Super Rich Kids versus whoever won this match. But funny enough, because of Simulation actually winning it at 3-0 quickly, because they had the other team had to find a sub, and they were taking a little bit of a long time. But with that 3-0 coming in through for them, they just were able to just sweep all the way through, and now win against 3-1 to React to My Way, and now they will be fighting against Super Rich Kids, who has been winning for that like pretty quickly as well too. But now we are going to be moving on to the bottom half. Blank C, who's going to be on stream for the first time now, and also Lego Mario Kart, like you said, Rocket. We have seen it before, and now we're going to be seeing them play again.
And similarly dominant to how Super Rich Kids has been playing. Not to be outdone, Blank Z, the second seeded in our tournament, has yet to drop a game for any of their opponents, beating Flamazon, who we saw earlier, beat Eclipse. They were completely shut down in that winners bracket 2.5 set. And in the next round quarterfinals, they got a 3-0 sweep over Horizon themselves. So yet to drop a map so far, hoping to continue that presence against a team that we just saw, like we keep mentioning, Lego Mario Kart. A strong team, nonetheless, just with their flexibility. We saw Miyono going with the brush on that Mahi Mahi game, if you do remember that. Claire, of course, being that heavy splatling player. But similar story with Blank Z in terms of their notable players, with Piro, Golday, Pancake, and Yushi Forever.
One thing to know as well for Blanks, not Blank Z, it's Blanks. So,
Blanks.
Yes,
No.
Blanks, not Blank Z. Us Americans has been calling it wrong the entire time, but now you know it's Blanks, not Blank Z. But the main, or Blank Z, it's not Blank Z either. But just
Blanks.
to make sure, it's Blanks. But the main thing is for the side of Blanks, if you were seeing the previous Sendu results for Panic Foot for the last couple of weeks, funny enough, Blanks has been here before. They have made it to top 4 consecutively for the past couple of Panic Foots they have been playing in. but they haven't been having a lot of sub changes a little bit because one player was not able to play it a couple times. But this is not the first rodeo making it to winners finals now in this generation of blanks. But they never really won yet. They made the grand finals and then got swept. They made it through the second play to losers finals, of which unfortunately got swept as well. I made it to game 5, but in the winners finals, they made it before and they won one time before. But we are waiting for them to actually settle on to make it to grand finals to win. Because if we saw that happen, blanks, this would be a great result for them. Finally getting a tournament win on Blank Pool after so long of being so close to the round.
Yeah, and I'm sure if they're of course favored in this just because of seeding, but I mean we've seen some upsets here and there. They will have to go through at least 3 more sets. Of course, the Super Rich Kids, which we know a lot of players from them as well, a strong team that we could envision seeing 1 and 2 seed have to go through. If all goes according to seed, blanks will have to go through that tough team, maybe even twice if they do beat them in winners bracket and then see them again in grand finals, or the opposite where they come out from the loser side. That's going to be a tough road ahead of them regardless. So it's gonna spill out to be a very, very fun second half. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, of course, blanks versus Lego Mario Kart World Pikamiku is our game sets so far. We'll be looking at Umami Zones as our game 1.
Yeah, the Umami Zones to look at that. Once again, Mega Morph is going to be on tower control this time. We're going to be, well, we saw that last time, but still. We're going to be seeing Rainmaker on Museum, which is going to be a difference, but we saw that in game 1, in round 1 actually, to be precise. And we're going to be seeing Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge. Again, we saw it as Typicker, but we have never seen it yet in match yet, if I remember correctly. But after that, at the end, it's going to be Splash Cells or Barnacle back.
Yeah, so it's going to be now the opening of this set, so usually teams now have an ability to identify, this is usually kind of the testing of the waters, if you will, of what the teams will really get away with, really what the other team is going to run, and see how, if your comp and strategy is going to work against the other one. And of course, still in best of 5, as these teams will be going through longer sets with this zone sandwich that we have before us, so definitely something to keep your eye on. Another common map that we always see, TC Macomart, will be our game 2. Specifically with this matchup, I'm intrigued to see what LEGO Mario Kart will be running on that map in particular, because we know the flexibility of these players.
And one thing to know as well for blanks, actually, they have been waiting here for 20 minutes or so because their last round has made it to a game 5. So, with them possibly being a little bit cold because of the wave, because they won in a 3-0 setting previous round, we might be seeing a little bit of a warm-up again for blanks before we're going to be going into the entire game. But maybe we might be seeing a game 5 because this is not the first rodeo that blanks has fought against Ichigo's pickup with Cheap and Myono as well. This is not the first rodeo, but with Clara coming in, Clara has been playing with Spooky Spinner and they did fight before, but in this kind of setting, as a pickup, not yet. So it's going to be interesting to see just a pickup versus an actual team, with everyone knowing each other pretty well. But no one knows less Shugo TV because that's Yoshi.
Right, and we already see some unique choices from both sides, as a matter of fact. A very similar story to what we saw with LEGO Mario Kart's first comp, where they had 2 of these longer range weapons with a 96 scale and a Jet Squelcher. Same story here with Clara going with the Jet Squelcher, the Splashdown Jet Squelcher to be more specific. On the other side, very interesting, very aggressive choices of weapons for blanks, really centered around that Sea Blast, really painting around that Sea Blast, but before I can even say anything out of that, blanks goes 3 players down, as this poking ability from LEGO Mario Kart seems to be doing wonders here.
At the same time too, when they're playing on the Sea Blast, we are going to be seeing Junior Gaming live in action, but Bracken's going to be coming up. Ichigo immediately trying to go off for one of the players. That's going to be the Tetra immediately going down. The main problem with the side of blanks in general, because that's right, if you let them stay alive, they're going to be causing mayhem, and that happened last week as well with them too. But we're going to be seeing right now for the side of LEGO Mario Kart, they're going to be going 2 down, and that's going to be 45 ticks remaining, and immediately with the help of Yoshi and the rest of the team like Kabuna on the edit, that's going to be them immediately capping the zone.
Yes, and the aggressive comp that we have from Blanks, along with that Tetra Dualies as well, is just this full-on front-line, all-aggressive weapons is being counteracted by the range that LEGO Mario Kart has. So we're seeing a story of story in two parts, really, as both sides have just really been trying to just feel each other out with how and what they can get away with. But that also leads into the fact of how tough it is to retake and constantly hold, not only in zones, but specifically on Umami, just given the double zones format. But does look like Blanks has been able to find a little bit more success here in the latter half of that fight, as they're now been pushing all the way to the elbow position.
Yeah, the funny thing is as well, in the elbow position, like you said, the edit actually getting a solo kill with the help of the Tetra, and they were able to go all the way through. But with the 3 down scenario on the side of Blanks, we're going to be seeing immediately Lakamaka actually taking the advantage there, the Zcaster being ready, and even the Jazz Culture with Spartan being ready, but not being used yet because that's a defensive special right here on zones. They are going to be trying to kill off the penalty and get more points off the bat. With Blanks coming back immediately with the Junior still alive in action, and even with the C-Blast and Eddie coming at you, but both of them getting killed off, that's still going to be LEGO Mario Kart taking the lead.
Splashdown is available from Claire. Could find a nice double here, but at the very least chipping the players away. I thought that was for sure a double, but here comes the counter Splashdown as well from Blanks just to get that control back. You have this Junior being such of an annoyance with the bubble, of course, doing Junior things, just being able to paint in an opportunity on the right side for Blanks, but the rest of LEGO Mario Kart have been able to kind of hunker down. You do have the edit now in a bit of a compromised position, just trying to cause any havoc, trying to cause any danger here, as Blanks just throwing themselves one by one onto the zone. But does look like LEGO Mario Kart have hunkered down. Final ticks in this map going down, Multi being the last player standing on the side of Blanks, and it won't be enough as LEGO Mario Kart able to take that game 1.
Yeah, that game 1 in some sort of action, but not a good sweep. It's more just of a little bit of a trolley effect. Like it would, like, you know, the pushing trolleys, so you have to like pump it up for your teammate.
Yeah.
It's that kind of deal, because they slowed it down a little bit, they kept it going up to a little bit of momentum, and then they slowed down a little bit because they got tired. Just like that. Because again, the Junior from Yoshi, the Tetra play that they were able to shut down a lot actually from the side of Blanks, from Multi, but Habuna, or Habana, I don't really know how to say it correctly, but the main thing is for them, they were able to just secure the zone as much as possible, trying to go in for the chip damage, which they did do pretty well, but with the side of LEGO Mario Kart, they had so much to their favor, and they had more DPS on their side to just capitalize on the zone and go aggro on them, and that's what led them to just get the point.
100%, and we saw that happen there with just, it goes to the comps. LEGO Mario Kart able to outrange Blanks in certain aspects, because when you don't have the ability to play fast, which is exactly what Blanks wants to do with that Junior, with the C-Blast, with the Tetras, it just leads to them throwing themselves and trying to make something happen, which is what we saw near the tail end of that, where you saw individually one by one the players of Blanks just trying to do anything to cause the distraction, after that Junior bubble wasn't really able to get much value, because you saw the Junior. I liked the idea of them going to that right side of zone to kind of rally the rest of Blanks to push on that right side, but when the execution wasn't there afterwards, it was just desperation.
Mark, I'm being surreal. I've seen Yoshi play so many times. The main thing is the concept of Yoshi in general, they're a rat. That's really the main concept of it, is them being a rat. They were not allowed to be doing rat gameplay this time around in zones, in Umami zones, because it's two zone map, like you said earlier too. But in these one mode maps like Tower Control, that has just having a certain objective on Maker Mart, and even with Maker Museum, that's gonna be good content right there, because there is a high chance, or maybe like a likely chance, that we don't see the Junior. We're going to be seeing Sploosh come out, and we're going to be seeing the Hammer Throw and the Rat gameplay coming out from them. And just good content overall with the side of Blank, because they want to go fast paced at this point. And this is what we're going to be trying to see them going in now with no Sploosh. Bad.
Unfortunate. I mean, I love some Sploosh gameplay, but we don't see it here. We do see the very same comps from both sides, though, so no changes on either side. I think this map will favor Blanks a little bit more than it did on Umami, just given the shorter angles that you can really take, where Lego Mario Kart won't be able to kind of utilize that. That splashdown, though, from Claire actually gets immediately shut down, and right on cue, just like I was saying, this map is much more favoring Blank's more aggressive comp, but that's a delayed wipeout with only losing one player, the Tetra Dualies, on that right side. Or Pablo just on this right side, just being able to constantly apply that pressure with that Sea Blaster, just constantly with that splashdown, and then immediately after with another pick. Here comes Multi as well with the Tetras.
Honestly, got a question. Did we see Sea Blast last round from Pablo? Or was it a different blaster?
I believe it was a Sea Blast, yeah, because there was a splashdown, but I mean, Blank's still still going forward, almost being able to get that checkpoint.
Yeah, well, we're going to see Pablo immediately going in and actually getting a solid double right there at the end. Even though they got wiped out and the rest of Blank's wiped out as well, they ended at 13 points. That's a solid push for the first minute of the game. But now they have to secure that for 4 minutes of the game left, or 3 minutes 50, 45 seconds to be exact if you want to be that little bit. We are going to be seeing 3 down inside of Blanks again. We're going to be seeing again, just in general, Lego Mario Kart able to hold the way through. But were they able to do like they did last time and hold the way through and not have the trolley problem going for them with the splashdown coming in ready as well. The nice discount, no cooler, no Kraken actually going inside of Ichigo, and that's gonna be like immediately just securing the bag right there.
Yeah, Multi on this right side, trying to find one. Will find one onto the Stamper. Brief Slider, excuse me, is available as well for them to utilize. And that was a great retake that we saw from Blanks. That's something that I feel like is going to be a little bit challenging for them to do, just given the weapons range disparity and given just the matchups that you really have. But they were able to all together go in aggressively and all able to just overwhelm Lego Mario Kart, which is exactly what you need to do. However, here comes the counterattack with Cooler being popped by Cheap as well. Here comes the counterattack to move forward. And did that Cooler get run over by the tower?
It did.
Unfortunate.
Well, we love Splatoon in that fact and we love physics. So, as gonna be seeing that happen, we're gonna see Ichigo immediately trying to go for the kill, but not getting it because of the jump timer, surprisingly. Then we're gonna be seeing as well for the Haruna again on the edit, actually getting the jump time again, saving their squid jump actually a little bit, and they're going to be going to Fabo, going in for a little bit of a jump scare, but they noticed that it was going to happen, and Ichigo getting the kill immediately off the bat.
Gives the splashdown as well to pressure out that junior bubble, but actually acts as the ignition for Blanks to start their retake, and they do so in a quick fashion. This is exactly what you want from a team that is so frontline dependent that you all go in at the same time. If you see an opportunity, you just gotta go and take it. You gotta take that chance, and that's something that is exactly what Blanks has been doing successfully. A minute 45 left. A nice double from the edits to mow down Ichi and Clara, completely opening the doors for Blanks to continue applying that pressure. And even the backline on the side of Blanks is getting in on the action here, with everybody going full hyperdrive. Reef Slider not being able to use because of the Tetra Duali's death, but you still have Blanksy just going forward every opportunity you get.
The thing is about going forward every single time is they went forward on the left side and not the right side, but with that splash up on the side of Bob, that's going to help them even more. I think going to be moving on the right side now, and actually that's going to be Ichigo and the rest of the team like Clara too going in, but Haruna on the edit. Unfortunately, not getting the jump out in time because they couldn't mid-jump. But for the rest of the team, like Multi, they were able to do the Tetra going all the way too, but just paint the tower. As we're going to be seeing now again, beside the like Mario Kart, they're going to be holding the tower, but 52 points to 13 points now. Well, okay, this is going to be a little bit of cheating as they're going to be trying to push in all the way to the end.
Yes, this is your last retake here. 1-for-1 trade will be had as that jump will be camped. Now 3v3, 3 specials available on the side of Lego Mario Kart to really utilize. 2 of them being used already with that Kraken and the Cooler being placed, but this is the dangerous situation for Blanks. With these closer range weapons, you do have to worry about just being simply spaced out with the edit really being the only one to really fight back on this right side. 20 seconds left. Splashdown available from Claire, which will be utilized to clear that elbow position, but now without it being any much more of a danger, the rest of Blanks are able to kind of rally on that. 10 seconds left. This bubble is absolutely huge from Hugo there as they just continue to apply this pressure from the top side. Kraken now being invested as overtime will loom.
Yeah, as we're gonna be seeing Kohabo right now just waiting for Ishika to die off in the Kraken, but the Zikat's coming up in time as well. You're gonna be seeing the Western team coming into the multi-beef slider coming in to save the tower, and that's gonna be the first point for Blanks right now, holding on to the tower at the last second with the amazing push at the start of the game as well too, just to make it a tie game, to make it a tie set now, actually.
Yes, and a little bit of me was worrying about how they would be able to kind of retake that, just given the weapons they had. But I mean, hey, a nice well-timed reef slider is one way to do it for Blanks to get that one back. I mean, you saw the constant pressure that Blanks was able to apply, not only on the left side, but also on the right side, of course, with that splashdown, just being able to completely allow Blanks to just move forward pretty much uncontested despite their minimal range, just forcing them to play at their own fights, forcing them to play at their own momentum, and that's exactly what Blanks did perfectly. But the thing I want to highlight as well is just the successful defenses they were able to have. Like, constantly, you had Lego Mario Kart being in the positions to just simply outrange them, but Blanks closed the gap.
They did close the gap. They closed the gap just successfully, but now with next Mambo coming up, which is going to be Rainmaker Museum, that gap is going to be harder to push through. But again, we're going to be seeing weapon changes coming in through. It might help, like Clover going in with the heavy, with the Wavemaker, that's going to help a lot. But Yoshi again going in with the Sploosh, that's going to help them a lot too, because if you see the Seek potential with them, that might help a lot. But Apple might be the difference here, because for the last two games, they have been going Sea Blaster. And if they see change the Sploosh, that might be losing the paint, but they have to rely on aggro. And we are going to be seeing Yoshi coming in with the Sploosh, so we are going to be seeing the aggro gameplay coming out. And we're going to be seeing Miyono actually with the sword, and that's going to be cheap with the Dapples this time, not with the NZAP. And also a change for Claw as well too.
Yes, so matching a little bit of that aggression with aggression of their own. Cheap still on that cooler weapon, but with those beacons, they could provide a very unique wrinkle to this match so far, as you have both sides just getting those initial picks. First pick will go down already, Stamper being taken out. As we see the first 30 seconds, Hugo just slowly but surely moving up here. That Sploosh will not have that value, so you will have the Rainmaker carrier be Hugo themselves. But a quick wipeout will be quickly had on the other side. Cheaped and the rest of Lego Mario Kart will shut that down. And we could see already in the first 30 seconds a quick zone, checkpoint cap from both sides, but not if those two specials go out from Blanks.
I think Fab just shut down the Waymaker right there too, so that's going to help them so much, because that would have been really scary if they went for the jump checkpoint, but I think they wanted to swim all the way through, but we saw the penalty if they did it like that. So with the points being 58 to 88, Blanks still having the lead right there. That's going to be a good sword on Miyono right there with the help of Ichigo. The sword is going to be going up with Zipcats, but Yoshi immediately going up with the shutdown. The hammer gameplay is going to be coming as well. Immediately Cheap's going to be the one with the maker once again, but getting immediately shut down as well. Package going to be coming soon from Ichigo, as actually called right now by the Haruna actually going in with the edit, actually saving the jump right there. Either going to be going in, and most likely we're going to be seeing Lego Mario Kart coming in with checkpoint.
Yeah, slowly but surely you do have Lego Mario Kart making their way up this ramp side, but it will give some time for Blanks to potentially save this one. You do have the Tetra Dualies there, but unable to get it in a short amount of time. Blanks is 2 players down though, so it could be a very easy lead switch, which it is. Cooler being popped as well, so this momentum will continue. Multi being able to at least stop it from going any further, but this is the typical theme for Rainmaker. These points after the first checkpoint, after the initial checkpoint, are going to be very difficult to really come by, so anything could be the game-winning push, the game decider push for a team to then eventually switch their momentum to just playing keep away.
The funny thing is, this is the same story for Museum Rainmaker actually staying at this little hobby point right there, this little block right here. This is always going to be the choke point for every Maker match that happens in Museum. So with that making up to 34 is a good push, but honestly, this is going to be where the tiebreaker happens if we're going to be seeing Blanks actually make it all the way through again. But with Cloud actually picking it up again, Ichigo still on the top side. Cheap trying to go in for cool immediately on the left side there too. As it get off screen, we're going to see Faber going to try to sneak there too with the Curly Bar actually going down. It's just going to be a stalemate for another 2 minutes and 13 seconds left.
This is the beauty of Merrymaker. Just really no reason for Lego Mario Kart to push forward, or at least daring Blank Z to make the move themselves, which they have to here. 2 minutes left, slowly but surely moving forward. Clara just be playing it the safe game. You do have the flank though coming in for Multi, which will be able to put a thorn in their side, but I mean constantly Blanks going several players down. I believe that was a delayed wipe to cap that off. As the Rainmaker still in that very awkward situation to pick up, we will see a resetting of that timer, and you see Cheeps going all the way back into this annoying spot.
Give that to God. Good. Good. That's kind of deserved because that spot is really annoying, but at the same time too, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. This is actually too early for people to do that, the cheeky point. Usually we see that coming in at 30 seconds remaining, not a minute 30. That's just a fully stalling scene saying that they're confident that they're going to be winning this. But again, we saw the aggressiveness and the basically reversed momentum from play, so don't back down on them this early. We can see already multi-wood coming in with the Tetri. Immediately getting killed off the Bravo on the top left side, trying to go in for Solka, but immediately with actually going down right now, but once still up, there is still time.
Yeah, still plenty of time for them to get this one back. The 50-point lead is still manageable to really bring this back, but it's all going to come down to one final push here, as you have players from both sides now converging all on this bottom right side, just trying to desperately fight over this interestingly placed Rainmaker. Multi trying to just get it out of the spot, but it is the annoying spot for a reason. Not only can Lego Mario Kart really apply all the pressure towards it, they can really just apply it to all wonders, and here we go again. Clara in that very annoying spot might seal the deal just by pure existence of it.
Yeah, Cloud failed the first jump, so we have to point that out, by the way. If you say the annoying part, you have to be joked on. But we're going to see a Bruno is still on the end on the right side, trying to go in for a little bit of edge farming, but they don't go for the edge farm. We're going to see Fabo again trying to go for the edge farm as well, but doesn't get killed off because the support of Fiona and the rest of the team coming into Ichigo trying to go for the kill as well, but no, they jumped off just in time, and that's going to be like a Mario Kart getting the second point in the set.
Yes, really nicely done there from Lego Mario Kart to bring that one back and really just continue the momentum from what they had in Game 1. Now 1 game away from taking out the 2-seeded Blanks here. Now we will be returning to yet another chaotic mode. I feel like Rainmaker is one of the chaotic modes. Here's the second, Clam Blitz. Clam Blitz coming up next. Could favor Blanks a lot more, just, again, keep wrapping back around it. Their identity is to fight, and this is literally the fight mode on Scourge.
And again, if you want to see pressure, this is going to be the map for it, because if you get a whole lockdown, like what we saw from like a Mario Kart, they will be able to just pull on through and hold on to the clam itself. But the economy is what matters in Clam Blitz. And we saw the spawn rates every single time in previous matches as well. Clams spawn at a random rate around the map. So it could be far away from you, it could be on the little drop that no one notices actually because no one paints that, other than in a Rainmaker where people do notice it, stall fest in that little area. Or it could be just on the snipe area on the top side, which people do pick up as well too, and it could be good for like Clara, who does play on the back lines, which they will notice a lot more, or even for Habuna, who plays on the edge as well too. So the main thing that we need to know is just where will the clams spawn so they can go for the quick KO at this point. If the main thing is people needs to know about the bottom clams. That would make a huge difference the entire set.
Absolutely. Just constantly making sure that speed, there's no just extra second or two wasted, because sometimes in this level, at this point in the tournaments, these moments are not going to last forever. You're going to have to take advantage of them as soon as you see them, and you're going to have the clam economy to take advantage of so. You can't afford to go back to get some clams and then come right back. No, that window of opportunity is closed already, so Clam Blitz is always the true test of teamwork and communication, how teams are on the same wavelength as each other, like you were kind of touching on there. Just being able to have all the clams in position, just shove down that elbow position, and continuously keep that sustained push. That second part is also as important as the first, which is having that clams and opportunities, and then having the constant pressure being applied.
And with 0 seconds on the timer now activated, we are going to be going into the match point of Blanks versus Lego Mario Kart. You're going to be seeing Blanks in the yellow, and we're going to be seeing the purple going to the side of Lego Mario Kart. So we're going to be seeing basically the junior change again from Yoshi. We're going to be seeing the change back to NSF from Chip. But Chip, we're going to be seeing the regular sword coming in from Mayono as well. So not that much of a change, because we're still going to be seeing the Rain guy coming in from Clara as well. So it's just going to be a matter of who can get the kills successfully at this point.
Yes, and of course Blanks being 1 game away from losing, Lego Mario Kart being 1 game away from winning. They know, both teams know what's at stake right now to avoid being knocked down into loser's bracket. Of course, the thing that I'm going to focus on with Blanks is you have very powerful specials for controlling that elbow. You have a reef slider, you have a splashdown, and you have a bubble. One of those specials completely makes the elbow completely very dangerous to really push up on. The other two completely just wipe out anybody in the area, but you have Blanks now being able to take advantage of such now in this powerful elbow position. They have 2 specials to utilize. You have the splashdown, you have the reef slider to just be a threatening force for Lego Mario Kart to kind of worry about, and you see it being put into effect right here as nobody is daring to move forward.
And the good thing as well, actually, too, the thing that I mentioned earlier about the getting clams at the bottom, Yoshi actually did get the clams at the bottom and helped the score go down to 62. The clams has been moved over to the Tetra player, aka Multi, to get all the way through it, and that's going to be the clam basket being open as well, and that's going to be a penalty immediately going to be gone, and that's going to be more clams going to the side of Blanks.
Yeah, 38 points all the way down now to 32 points, constantly applying more pressure. Here comes the junior coming in as well, 26 ticks, and just it does look like Blanks really wants to fight for this game 5. Of course they want to, and they're going with all cylinders firing, as it's just been constant offense time and time again that's leaving little room for counterplay here from Lego Mario Kart. 3 minutes down, only 2 minutes have passed, and Blanks already threatening that knockout.
And also at the same time too, that second push was literally just a no-fear play. They actually just came in with confidence and they played it off successfully. As we're going to be seeing Ichigo staying in the base of Blanks right now, but no clam on the side, because actually the clam ball for the side of Lego Mario Kart actually deleted itself a minute ago, 2 minutes ago actually. But we're going to be seeing by now with Clara holding on to 7 clams now. The clams being most picked by Yoshi. No one noticing again on these bottom 3 clams. That's going to help them so much if they notice about it. But for the side of Miyono, they're going to be picking up the pity clam basically. Well, the full clam, that's not the pity clam. Yeah, Cheap is going to be picking up a clam as well. Fabo Johnny going in for the kill on Cheap and Clara soon enough. That's going to be a kill off because Ichigo on the bottom left side, and it's going to be a stalemate once again.
Yep, 2 minutes left. Playing the long game, playing the stally game is what you want to do, and exactly what Blanks is doing here. Just daring Lego Mario Kart to push into these such aggressive weapons, these aggressive stands, these aggressive placements that you really just positionings you have the players at right now. So really the thing that needs to happen on the side of Lego Mario Kart is you need really the Stamper to kind of pop off, because none of these other weapons that you have on Lego Mario Kart can really deal with the insta-kill power that you have of the Sea Blast or the Tetra's just quick mobility. So it's really a tough spot to have, and you really have to have the specials go in exactly on cue right here, like this, with the Zip Caster and Kraken going out.
Yeah, but at the same time too, the Jazz Coach with Claw right now going in with a full ball coming in soon, but again, with the little timer coming in too, that's Miyono, and it's going to be even Ichigo going in with 2 small clams, but all in all going in for the comes play to get in that full clam. And that's going to be leaving the point to 74 to 26. Now the second pity clam has been picked up by Cheap as well, but that's going to be them in the fallback corner. But Claw getting killed off. I noticing clams on the bottom side as well too. That's going to be Chips as well, getting killed off by Babo, the blaster. And all of Blanks is going to move up forward, but Clam once again from Yoshi going to be popping it soon really well. And that's going to be Miyono trying to stick it as well in the last few seconds. But who gets us first? That's the main question now.
But it does look like Lego Mario Kart will be able to get it from behind, now forcing Blanks all the way back. Here come the jumps. Hold on, we could see something nice and spicy here. Cheaped, unable to get that ball into time. It would have made it a very manageable situation to get it down under the lead that Blanks had, but really quick respawn from Blanks shuts that down, because if they're able to get that in, it would have been 48, and all you need is one more clam. But here's the counteracting push. It looked like the ball would have missed, but Blanks able to get it in, still applying that pressure. 15 seconds left. Actually a little bit of a interesting situation now, because with that goal being scored, it is now another pity clam in the favor of Lego Mario Kart, who does have a jump now. Do they miss it twice? Cheeps now has an opportunity for redemption. They will be able to make it in, but where are the follow-up clams? You have Omi there with the clams and the stamper, taking it home, bringing it down, and Lego Mario Kart come from behind a victory. They don't miss that opportunity twice. We'll take that one and move on in this tournament to go to winners finals.
Yeah, just a good plays from Lego Mario Kart, and at the end, just knowing that patience is a virtue and able to just score in at the end, getting the clams that they need to get, getting the paint that they need to get for the middle, and being able to just secure the plat, secure the ramp on the side of Lego Mario Kart. So with that, we're gonna be seeing Blanks go in down to the loser side, waiting for the match against Onga Bongo, distinct, and reacting to my way to see who fights against Bikes next. But for the side of Lego Mario Kart, they are going to be moving on to the winners finals, who they are going to be waiting for Super Rich Kids and Assimilation, who is actually on the game 5 right now as well too.
So winners finals may not be who you expect it to be, but we'll only have to wait and see as the match is continuing and finishing, like you mentioned, Super Rich Kids and Assimilation down to a game 5. But with that being said, at least that is all for me here, as we'll be having a commentator rotation. I believe, Jorian, you're also going to be actually going to full streamer instead of doing that nice bouncing act. But we'll have to wait and see. But you can hear. But in terms of housekeeping, of course, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. You can find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitch. That's about it. Jorian, any closing words before we do our signature commentator switch, as we normally do?
I'm going back to streamer jail. That's the TLDR.
Yep.
So you're going to still see me behind the camera every single time, still doing the replays and all that. But like you said, walking with the commentator swap, you are going to be seeing next Hat and Sasu coming back into play. But for me, I guess before I go to streamer jail, you can find me on like SOS sometimes. You can find me LAN sometimes, or just mostly behind the scenes in general, like with the stream. That's mostly where you're gonna find me. But with you, Rocket, I know you have to go, so we should just wrap it up really quickly. So yeah, why not you set it up before we go to break?
Yep, that's about it. Stay tuned for the rest of paddling pool number 347, like you already mentioned, Hat. And Sasu will take it away for the rest of this very, very fun paddling pool. So we'll see you soon.
Bye.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 347, right here on Dapple Productions. After witnessing a legendary streamer casting combo with Joy, thank you so much for subbing. We are back with a new set of hosts right here on the mic. My name is Zed, and I am joined by Sasu in your pants. How are you doing tonight here with Paddling Pool?
You know, I'm doing okay. Ready to get on casting with Caster Hat. For those in the United States, Thanksgiving is coming up. So it's been a while since I've been on Dapple Productions, but I'm glad to be back for this paddling pool.
Dude, we love to have you here on the microphone casting. Your casting is always so fun and cheery, and I'm glad to have you on here today. We are about to watch the winners finals. Super Rich Kids against Lego Mario Kart World Puku Muku. Goated Pokemon, if you don't know. Now you know. We are having a very, very fun map list coming up. I love seeing all these maps here. Clamblitz Museum, Splat Zones, Urgent Underpass, Tower Control, Maki Maki Mart, Raymaker, Scourge Gorge, and Clamblitz Umami Ruins. I love it. We're going to start it off on Clamblitz Museum del Foncino. One of my favorite maps in Splatoon was in Splatoon 1 and still is to this very day.
Well, I can tell you on Super Rich Kids, which I believe are our first seeds, we do have Jovan, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to see that in a moment. Jovan, of course, on that recycling, which you don't see all that often. And Jovan does not like this map. So I am going to be interested to see how they open. And speaking of opening, we have a quick pick there on Lego Mario Kart from 2 flanking on right. Already the action starts here, Hat.
Super Rich Kids are going to make sure they get these players down fast. And they need to on Museum del Foncino. This map is so huge. Pushing can take forever. So if you can get an early player advantage to get that early power clam, it is huge. The power or the pencil does go down for Super Rich Kids, so they lose their power clams on the ground. We see the stepper trying to pick it up. Use a Booyah on before. Can they pick it up in time? Yes, they can, but there's a Toxic Mist on it. The Booyah Bomb, unfortunately, did not connect. But Jova coming in with the recycle. Can they make it to the basket? Yes, they can. They throw it in. Super or splashdown as well to help capture that point a little bit more. But I don't think they're gonna get much follow-up in as Super Rich Kids is being pushed back by Lego Pyukumuku. By Lego Mario Kart Pyukumuku. But they got some points on the board. None of the Super Rich Kids, so they can hopefully defend this for a little while now. But Sasu, there's still 4 minutes left in this game. Lego Mario Kart World is going to get a chance to push, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the mid of the map is just very yellow. Lego Mario Kart World has done a fantastic job of just pushing up, not conceding too much space, but that all might end with this Booyah Bomb coming out here. And I think Jovan just barely taking a lot of the space, including that block with that splashdown here. So already Prosper trying to find a way onto the plat, and another push begins. You know, they didn't get past that magic 60 mark, but they blow straight past it here with this push. Everyone is pushing in here, getting those clams in one by one, and even worse, they've got a Booyah, they've got those specials, and they've just got a lot of control. They have the ability to just stagger out their clams here, and we might see a knockout if they play their cards right.
You definitely can see one. You see the Stamper trying to get close, but Lego Mario Kart World finally closed that door and locked it. 26 points is a humongous push for Super Rich Kids. Now, the Power Clam is on the map for Lego Mario Kart, so they can slowly push him, but they lose their Stamper. I heard a Kraken being popped, 2 players down on their side. They have to go back again and again. This is something they've been struggling with, the 96 gal from Super Rich Kids doing so much damage with that Kraken. Another Power Clam ready, Sasu. Super Rich Kids are already preparing their third push of this game.
Yeah, you have Prosper sitting here on this middle spinner, and that's got to be really tough on Lego Mario Kart World, because I know, especially as an edit player myself, I do not want a pen just sitting there with all that range chipping me on my own plat. And you see how that manifests right now. 2 of the members go down, make that 3 on Lego Mario Kart World, and they're just being pushed back into their own spawn, threatened by Jovan there. That is just putting pressure on that clam. So even though one of their members goes down with this splashdown, taking even more space, it looks like, actually, I was expecting Super Rich Kids to possibly take that flat, take that space, and just be menaces, but one by one they've gone down, and now we see that the tables have turned.
Me too, I thought they were going to push, especially after the splashdown, but they were focusing on getting rid of Prosper, who held Power Clam, forcing them out of the way, so they cannot jump. Very well done by Lego Mario Kart World, but they have to go in now. They did lose their Jet Squirrel chair. Stamper coming in, trying to get something done, but it's the only one alive, and is forced to jump back 3 players down. They had a good opportunity, and they lost it, and now Super Rich Kids not waiting around for a second, already going in. Smile on the right side with a Kraken, using it to push forward. We see the Booyah coming out as well, but will it be enough? Smell opted not to push further. Jovan is in though. Can they get close enough? No, they can't. Unfortunately, Lego Mario Kart World shut the door again. Smile is still in there though. I said it wrong. There goes the Power into the basket. They open it again with a minute left, and they only have 12 points of penalty. If they can get the second Power from Prosper, that penalty is gone.
Well, yeah, Prosper does back up there and concede that space. Smile trying to get that pick, puts a lot of shots, I think, on that one person, but ultimately they do not go down. So now Jovan trying to make something happen here on this flank, trying to get this pick. They are being sort of gunned down by 2 and get both picks of the people that were just trying to chip him out, get them down on that right side. So now I think Super Rich Kids has an absolute monopoly on the clam economy. As you can see, 3 active clams. This is game-ending clam economy we're seeing here. There's a lot of pincering happening. 3 members go down, and just like that, the 3 clams out of their hands. But we are going into overtime now, and the sheer volume of clams that Lego Mario Kart World are going to have to get this lead in such little time, it's not looking good for them now.
Well, they have Tech Cooler on, they have Power in the basket, and they have a basket open. But they have almost no clams, only 6 on the board for them, and they have to throw them in. Can they get them in time? Yes, so Jet Squad got a couple in to extend that overtime a little bit further, but will it be enough? No, not when one of your players is coming back. There's nobody there on that basket. They're jumping in, trying to get something done, but no, unfortunately, I don't think they had enough time to push towards that basket. Super Rich Kids dominating game number 1. And I want to talk about that Brella for a second. Jovan, what a play with that Brella. I don't think their splashdown did a whole lot other than putting up some pressure. But all those splats with the recycle, I have yet to see one until today in a high level competitive game on here in like Petting Pool. And
Yeah.
Jovan just comes in and stretch with it.
Absolutely. We know Jovan to usually be on that Sorella Brella, if anything. So really exciting to see a lesser picked weapon here in the recycle. I think a lot of people, myself included, regard Jovan as probably the best Brella player in at least North America. So watching him flex his skills to this lesser known Brella and do so well, definitely riveting gameplay to say the least.
Yes, indeed. I do want to commend Lego Mario Kart World though, because they had some very good plays of their own, and they were very good at shutting the door down, though a little bit late at times. And I feel like they were diving in a little bit too much, and that's what got them caught off guard sometimes. But still, both teams very well matched to each other, and Super Rich Kids didn't have the full-on snowball game like I was expecting them to have. They still had a decent fight put up against them, so maybe splat zones will help them a little bit more, but I think with that splashdown and umbrella, splat zones might just be a tad bit more difficult for Lego Mario Kart World, because I think on Urchin Underpass, that umbrella is so free to move everywhere, and that splashdown with all the little corridors is so strong at putting up the pressure, and especially just with crowd control. Because, yeah, you throw it and you can obviously dodge it, but then there's suddenly a lot of pain around you, and that Brella has full free access to, and has a shield of their own to defend against your little corridor, whilst you really can't go anywhere. So I'm interested to see how Jovan is going to play that game of pressure here on Urchin Underpass.
No, absolutely. Not to mention, I did mention that Jovan, not a fan of Museum, but definitely quite likes Splat Zone's Urchin Underpass. So already we have a bit of a preference there. But taking a look at what we're going to be seeing here, I find whenever you see Urchin Underpass, people break out the super interesting comps. Jovan has switched over to those Dapples, the ones with cooler, leaving Prosper to go onto that Nautilus. Clara on their signature V-Heavy here, which I'm really excited to see. And of course, we have the mirror match in terms of those dualies. Often you see those being the main cooler weapon here, and we're going to see how that works out for both of those teams. But so far we have early downs for Lego Mario Kart World, but they do have the zone, so there's that.
You got a decent score on that too, but I love seeing those Dapple dualies on... Not just, we love Dapple dualies here on Dapple Production, obviously, but I love seeing the Dapples for the cooler instead of the pencil, because it's so just refreshing, and a middle map like this, chargers, they don't really work all that well, so I'm glad to see that being thrown out on the map, something different now. To go back into this game, the lead's about to be swapped to Super Rich Kids, who are doing tons of damage to Lego Mario Kart World Pyukumuku. They've been slaughtering them and putting them all to the corner, and it's a massacre up there on the flank. Nobody able to survive from Lego Mario Kart World, and Super Rich Kids holding this map in full control. That zone is theirs. They have a giant wall of pressure between them and the zone, and there's almost nothing that Lego Mario Kart World can do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that you mentioned Control Hat, because I would argue this map mode is all about control. You see control just changing in mid there for a second to Lego Mario Kart World. So that is going to stop the bleeding, so to speak, leaving Super Rich Kids at that 13. But I would argue one of the difficult things about Urchin is that there's just so many flanks. There's so many places people could be hiding and attacking you from. So if you're able to have that control to check those flanks, to have it so that the other team doesn't feel safe necessarily approaching from anywhere, I feel like you basically have the game in your pocket. And we have Ichi here with this reslider waiting to go in, but they get flanked by Smile on this Octobrush. Absolutely devastating, especially because they have their reslider ready.
Yes, indeed. Brush from Smile going in, though, doing quite a bit of damage. Looking at that zone, looking at some more players, looking at the Nautilus, getting at the Smile Nautilus, the help of the team, and yes, they can. Now up for the Dread. Cannot get the Dread, unfortunately. That is huge for Lego Mario Kart World, because now they're going to read straight into that zone and neutralize it, but they could not cap. Unfortunately, it did not cap. And with only a couple ticks left, that was the only option they had left in this game. Super Rich Kids takes game number 2 as well, and they are strong. I don't want to say dominating, because they let their guard down sometimes, and it allows the other team to get the zone. But the second that happens, they are back in control within a second, and defending like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes a dominant game can get quite ugly on an urchin underpass, to be honest. You'll see that people can't even get close to mid because all of their flanks, their everything just gets shut down. So, despite the fact that we have our first seeds, of course, they're very strong players. I do think that Lego Mario Kart World has been putting up quite a strong fight. You know, they were able to cap the zone more than once, but I think ultimately, like I said before, that lack of sort of control and being able to very safely get into mid kind of slipped out of their fingers and made them perhaps lose this game. But now their backs are up against the wall. We're at this 2-0 in this best of 5. So Lego Mario Kart World, Pyukumuku have no choice but to win Tower Control Mako Mart.
And this is a map both teams have picked, so they're fairly confident on this one, I presume. But Super Rich Kids already showing their strength. I am sure Joe is gonna switch off those Dapples back to the recycle, because Pencil here is a lot stronger than it is on Urgent Underpass. Lego Mario Kart World have yet to find a response, but also they just have to find a response to the team play of Super Rich Kids, because they have been ganging up on them. They're always forcing a 2-to-1 fight, allowing them to win every single fight they've been throwing at them, and the Lego Mario Kart World just does not find a response. There is a Recycle Brella. Love to see that new brush as well. Let's see how it's going to go. Super Rich Kids 2-0. Lego Mario Kart World back against the wall, like you said, Sasu. They cannot afford to make a mistake anymore, and they get the first splat. Both Stampers do go down, though, on the map. It's a 3v3 scenario as both teams are trying to fight the way on the tower. The Heavy does go down with a brush, and brush gets 2, gets 3 splats before trading with a 96 gal. But a very well opening for Super Rich Kids, who are now on the tower and pushing towards the first checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. Super strong delayed wipe. I think Clara once again going down, you see on that left section. Ultimately, it's going to be really tough going up against a Pencil. But as I say that, Prosper goes down as well. So Jovan taking that tower. You see Pat Noir here in the bats just causing chaos, goes down in that 1v1 duel of the swords. So ultimately, I think we can all agree this is one of the hardest checks in Mako Mart that Super Rich Kids is now approaching. So Prosper trying to get that cooler for his team, and being the only one left here, gonna try and defend that and actually just jump out ultimately. So it's not the hardest check for no reason. They do ultimately get out of there.
The play was very good. Also allowing the Stamper to go back in was a very well thought out idea. Unfortunately, the Stamper could not really translate it into a splat, but nonetheless very, very strong. And the Pencil, of course, jumping out, allowing them to save some extra special points. They had build up now. Lego Mario Kart World is on the offensive. It is their turn to push the tower. And let's see how far they can push it. We do see the Deco, Nancy Deco with the Kraken ready. Nobody's on the tower anymore. Tactical are active on all team members for Lego Mario Kart World, but they lose the Heavy splatting in a time when they don't really want to lose them. It's the Brella fighting against the Enzap. I don't think the Enzap really wants to be there right now, especially when there's a brush also approaching. They have to back off, and they do so, somehow surviving all that carnage. But whilst that was happening, 3 players on the side of Lego Mario Kart World go down to 96, only one surviving. Had their Kraken ready, lost it after they got rid of the technical boost in 14, so that special is not saved. And Lego Mario Kart World back to square one in the push department. They see the Stamper in their base, getting a cheeky splat on the Enzap, getting another cheeky splat on the 96 gal. Now looking at that splatling, can they get the third splat? No, they cannot. Super Rich Kids is applying so much pressure. Lego Mario Kart World does not know how to respond to this right now.
Yeah, I think ultimately just so many resources are being spent from Lego Mario Kart World, just trying to manage all of these 1v1s. And you've got all of these like skirmishing type weapons. You have this sword that has no issue just diving you. Plus this brush that can just pop Kraken if it really wants to, as you see here from Smile, and of course that recycled Brella. So everything was sort of spent. They had no time to get in a push by themselves, and you see Super Rich Kids closing it out here with a knockout and a 3-0. But definitely gonna have to give a shout out to Lego Mario Kart, because, you know, lesser teams would have just gotten knocked out like nothing, and I think they did a really good job trying to manage their defense.
You would not say they were seed 6 with how well they were defending. Even if they lost all the games, they still throw some good curveballs at the Super Rich Kids. So like I said, I commend them for their effort. But it's not done yet for them. It's double elimination, so they are in the losers winners or the losers finals, waiting for losers winners. Well,
Losers winners.
They are. I mean, they're almost the winners of the losers. If they did win the losers finals, they're the losers winners. But they're still in the losers finals, so they still have a chance for a potential rematch. It will be hard, but it can be done. With the Super Rich Kids with 3-0. After not dropping a single... Oh, no, that's not true. After only dropping 2 games in this entire tournament, are your finalists in the grand finals. Now, we are going to take a small break until our next match is ready, which will be in the losers bracket, seeing who will go back towards the winner's side. So grab yourself a drink and grab yourself a snack, because we will be right back.
When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget it, I'm with you in the dark.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool. I'm Sasu here with Hat, and we are jumping right into it. I believe we're in losers
Loser
round
six.
seven. Round six. Yeah. You know, a lot is happening because winners we're all good with that, but of course it is Blanks versus Oingo Boingo Brothers, and I'm not sure if that's a musical reference or specifically a JoJo reference.
That's definitely a JoJo reference, 100%.
I was just like, maybe they just genuinely love Oingo Boingo, but right off the top, you have just some carnage happening here in mid. Immediately we have the Rainmaker going down, so both of these teams gonna be hard pressed to get to that first check. Hat.
Yeah, Blanks is definitely putting up the work. We do see a splatter color screen though, blocking the Rainmaker. Doesn't block the shot, but it's getting awfully close. The Rainmaker does try to go through it. Doesn't really care, trying to get to the checkpoint. Does not touch it, unfortunately. Only slightly, but 70's not that enough. A wipeout on the side of Blanks. The Oingo Boingo Brothers got rid of that Rainmaker, and now it's in their control. Pushing against the Rainmaker, and they're doing it so fast. Blanks doesn't even have a response, so they're not even ready to defend it. But somehow allow it to be 71-70 as they maintain their control. They had one shot, one opportunity, and they took it.
And meanwhile, you had those Tetras just causing mayhem in mid, and I think distracting effectively 3 members of the other team. So you have Benny here, I think, getting that direct into a wipeout. So now that is going to be a free check here for Blanks as they slam dunk that down. But now, what happened there? I didn't even see that coming.
I want to say the splatter got a screen got rid of them. I know I can't, but in my headcanon, it did wipe out on the side of the Oingo Boingo Brothers as Blanks are taking this game personally and putting it even forward. We do see the Rainmaker being affected by the splatter color again. I think at the position they were, they don't really care anyway. Rainmaker tried to be popped by Blanks, but Oingo Boingo Brothers just have way more ink on the field in their base. Only the heavy edit is alive, waiting for their teammates to go back as 3 players from Blanks were down. Now the Oingo Boingo brothers are pushing with the Rainmaker. Oingo holding on to the Rainmaker, trying to get it onto the checkpoint. 1 player down to the Blanks. Splattercoat Scream goes out, making it a little bit more difficult to push against Rainmaker, but Blanks again in a nick of time, shooting it down before it touches the checkpoint.
Yeah, Blanks is absolutely relentless, because as shocked as I was for that Rainmaker to just explode and kill several members of Blanks, they were basically back in the blink of an eye, just putting down the hurt there on Oingo Boingo brothers. So you see them just peeking out through that right, making a run for it. Several members are on them, and they run it all the way down. No additional points so far. So that is going to be a really strong run. Half of their members are down, but if I know Blanks, I wouldn't be shocked if they just keep a lot of that space.
Kind of the Blanks effect, that every time you give them like even a millisecond to do something, they will do something extremely annoying. That's like literally the Blank effect, because they've been doing this whole game, and they've been doing it in every other battling pool I've casted with them. The second they get their shot, they will take it. They will push the Rainmaker further and further. They will stop you right before you touch the checkpoint. Multi trying to get that technical loop for dear life. I don't think it really was the play, because they get splattered instantly. So I don't really know what's up with that, but
They were
did it
thirsty.
anyway. Whilst that was happening, again, Oingo Boingo were going to the checkpoint, and again, Blanks found a way to just straight up say no, because they're Blanks, that's just what they do. You see a Kiddo coming out trying to pop some players off. The Rainmaker finally touched that checkpoint for the Oingo Boingo brothers, and they just happen to have 2 players down outside of Blanks, make that effective 3, so they can start pushing the Rainmaker to 21. It's not all that far, it's just 1 straight push, but they have to get Blanks under control. There's a hammer on the field. The Rainmaker's going in. It's super close. 35 is the score, but they got splattered by someone from Blanks. And there's 2 players down for the Oingo Boingo. That makes 3 players down. And somebody from Blanks pick up the Rainmaker to force the reset, or at least put it into mid. Very well done on the defense. Not yet out of their base. It's a Sploosh still alive, and they're jumping towards them. I don't think the Oingo Boingo brothers are going to do that much with the Rainmaker now. It's out of the base. But a very, very well done push for the Oingo Boingo brothers, Sasu, as they have 1 more opportunity left to get the Rainmaker in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. We are down to 20 seconds. You see the aforementioned Oingo just taking these greats, seeing what they can do to manage and sort of bait. None of their team members are there quite yet, but we're going into the single digits, and I think Ben doing a fantastic job of just camping that Rainmaker and stopping them for just a second, but I think that's exactly the amount of time that they needed ultimately to stop that and stop them from even getting more points. So a masterful gambit, if anything, there from Ben.
Very, very well done indeed. Blanks. It was a little bit close at the end, but they found a way, as they always do, towards victory and getting themselves 1-0 in this best of 3, already giving themselves early match point status, which is what they want, because they want to get back in the losers, or they want to get back into the winners bracket side, because they got knocked out for them at least quite early. But I want to talk about the fact that every single time the Rainmaker was on the checkpoint on Blanks' side, they somehow, if they go 1 player down from Oingo Boingo, they just pushed it all the way back into their base. I don't know how they did it. They just somehow always managed to get it back into a super annoying position for Oingo Boingo.
Yeah, here you see that crazy run where they almost just matched their score there. And yeah, you know, Blanks is not to be trifled with. Anyone who's watched a paddling pool, any sort of European tourney especially, has seen just the magic that Blanks can work. And you see exactly right here. Oingo Boingo just had a difficult time managing them, and honestly I see why. Both of these teams had splooshes, but we saw some serious sploosh behavior, especially out of Blanks.
For sure. But I feel like they're also just, they've been playing for such a long time, especially Europe. We kind of have this problem where we have so many loose agents out there and very little teams. Blanks is slowly but surely sticking out there as a very competent team, and a very, really slowly becoming a force you don't really want to wreck with. I don't think they're there yet, but every single time they've been coming closer and closer and closer to becoming a force you don't want to mess with and trying to become Europe's top team. And they have something to prove here today because they got knocked out to the losers bracket quite early, and they are having to say something on to Splatzone's Wahoo World. This was picked by Blank, so this is a map they are comfortable in. And with the comp they're running, I can see why they are comfortable in this map.
Yeah, nightmare map for me. I would not want to be brought to Wahoo zones. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention with this map mode that, if you wipe, if you're just kind of staggering, you're putting yourself in an extremely dangerous position. This is probably one of the largest maps in the entirety of the Splatoon map roster, and getting back into mid can just be so difficult. So all of these teams are going to have to be playing for life for sure, but that's not going to be so easy when you have Tetras just dodge rolling around you, or alternately you have, I think, that 52 that's going to be trying to just gun you down. And especially with that screen, I wouldn't be surprised actually if Blanks have a bit of a difficulty dealing with an entire entry into zone being walled off.
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you there. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult. The Rainmaker, you saw the Rainmaker's kind of like Yoshi just pick it up and go through it. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to be blind anyway. I don't really do much with the Rainmakers. Go in. But this game, it will definitely be a lot harder. Very well splattered. Got a screen, actually. We do see the 52 go down, though, but it was right onto 3 players, forcing them to go basically blind. It's super annoying to play with that splatter color screen active. Not undoable, but it's definitely annoying for sure. You do see, though, that Oingo Boingo is still holding control of the zone. Blanks not yet finding a way in. They have Tactical Cooler active on the map, but they don't have any other special online. They need to get one fast because the points for Oingo Boingo are slowly but surely ticking down.
Yeah, and you see a trade there happening in mid, not to mention that Oingo Boingo Brothers had that pen, right? So seeing as though they're running an edit in comparison and everything else doesn't have the most range, having that pen sitting in mid just essentially chipping you out at that one really strong entrance point is super annoying. But so far, Blanks has done a really good job of getting back in there and keeping the zone. Here comes a lot of specials in this tri-strike as well as the screen. So I think this may be Oingo Boingo Brothers denying Blanks that lead switch here. And with 2 of their members down, I think they're just having to back off and get out of there while Oingo Boingo Brothers moves up.
Just in time, 53 to 52, well done for the Oingo Boingo Brothers. Yeah, that pencil, like you said, in mid is going to be an absolute menace. We see them on the top right now, just doing a crazy amount of painting work. Benji trying to find a way against the Oingo, gets a splat, now behind him with 3 players in the vision. Uses the splashdown, doesn't connect to the Rapid Pro, who jumps out, but the pressure was enough to force everyone back, allowing Blanks to get that zone again. Well done, Spectacle screen active for Boingo for the 52. They are marked with that stuff, but will it be enough? We do see the Spectacle screen going out, save it to Killer Will, and that Tactical, everything is out on the map to get that zone back into their control. They did capture and apply another penalty on Blanks. They push the score to 48 though, but will it be enough to get themselves back into control? 3 players alive, or 4 players alive for both teams, 3 players now for both. We do see the 52 and the Custom Blaster go down. I think the Custom Blaster is a bit of a bigger loss for Blanks than the 52 was for Oingo. Splash-O-Matic does go down now, allowing Blanks to go in. That is a lot of the paint work gone. But they have to maintain the control, and that is where Blanks is struggling with this game. Beautiful shot from that Rapid Pro.
Oh, absolutely. We've been just seeing some really strong blaster play in this game from both of the blaster players, really. I think that's from Benji, and then also we see this Rapid Pro as well. And I think the screen triple ink strike sort of combo that we're seeing out of Oingo Boingo Brothers is paying back in dividends. But right now, we're looking at the threat of a lead switch as the penalty is done. Habna does go down, but the zone is in neutral, and at the perfect time, they do put that in neutral. But you see, even with just the junior up, they had that bubble active, and that was enough to just obstruct them from getting into zone. So now we are at a minute 15 left. Not much penalty, so it's possible that just as we saw that change in hands, Blanks might just hand that check right straight back to the Oingo Boingo brothers. And with this splashdown, they put a little bit of a penalty, but it's not over yet. We still have a minute, and of course those triple ink strike screen combo we've been seeing.
This was Oingo Boingo has been using to capture that zone, and so far it has worked every single time. But we see what Blank's been doing right now. Benji primarily focusing that pencil right now. Getting rid of the biggest painter on their team is what they need to do. Oh, beautiful that one. That's two! Very well done by Benji on the flank there. The Rapid Pro also does fall 3 players down on the side of Blank. It was effective in the late wipe even because a pencil got shut down earlier. Now Blanks have some work cut out for them because they want to maintain this lead. 20 seconds remaining in the game. They have their penalty removed. They can start scoring more points again. We do see the tracks are coming out. Splatter on the screen, sure to go right after 52. Or the blaster used their splashdown. 2 players down instead of Blanks. Oingo Boingo have to go, and then they have to go now. They only have a couple seconds left before the game ends. But just a little bit too late. They neutralized the zone, but they couldn't cap it, allowing Blanks to win game number 2, forcing them to go into the loser semis, and we have to say goodbye to the Oingo Boingo brothers.
And it breaks my heart because, you know, they did a really strong job. It felt like they had this great formula going for a lot of it. And it was working for them. I thought that they would definitely, well, not definitely, but I thought they had definitely a strong likelihood of taking this. Just the way, you know, it wasn't like they were running away with the game, but they were getting their picks exactly when they needed it. They were denying Blanks the getting out of their penalty for quite a while, and their defense just felt absolutely solid. So with that great management, I thought they had it, but looks like just not this time.
Yeah, they had their moments, but I feel like a team like Blanks, the second they find your weakness, they heavily start abusing it. We saw Benji, for example, when he found out that getting rid of the pencil meant they basically kept the zone. We saw Benji just only focus on the pencil. It was his only objective. Get rid of the pencil, and then I can do other stuff. And that was something that Blank does very well. Find your opponent's weakness and then abuse the living hell out of it until they win a game against you. And that's what they've been doing over and over and over again. Sometimes the only way to beat Blanks is to beat them at their own game. Now, Sasu, we are about to go to some very, very hyped matches because we are about to enter the losers semi-finals. While that's happening, we will go on a small break until our next set is ready. Horizon against Blanks, seed number 10 against seed number 2. This week's battling pool is pushing some very lower seeds onto the higher places. Oingo Boingo seed number 9, Lego Mario Kart seed number 6, and now Horizon seed number 10. So grab yourself some drinks, grab yourself some snacks, because we will be right back with more Splatoon action. Welcome back to Paddling Pool right here on Dapple Productions. My name is Het and I'm still joined by Sasu. We announced it a little bit earlier, but we are back in the losers semi-finals. The more and more you go into a tournament, the better and better it becomes. And we have something special today. It's been a hot minute since we had a seed number 10 in the losers semi-finals. Horizon knocked out to the losers bracket in round 3 is now in the losers semi-finals. And Sasu, I don't know if you have a look at the bracket, but I have. And do you want to have a little fun fact about this particular match we're about to see?
I love a fun fact. Go ahead and give me that fun fact.
The team that knocked out Horizons to the losers bracket was Blanks. So we are about to have a rematch here. I think Horizon is taking that loss personally, fought their way through losers, and now wants to kick Blanks out of this tournament where Horizon think they belong. Because they are upset that they were knocked out, and now they are facing them again. Blood Art Academy Clan Blitz is the first map on our selection today. This was picked by Horizon actually. So we're going to start off with the map of the seed number 10. And let's see if they can get rid of Blanks this time or if they will be beaten again, because they were defeated 3-0 in their first fight against each other.
Yeah, I love this story crafting. Obviously in this tourney, they have a bit of history, so it's also possible that Blanks is like, listen, we got this, we 3-0'd, it's nothing to it, and then they might just flub. There's always a possibility of an upset, and I'm sure that Horizon very much so wanting to get some points on the board. And we see already 2 members going down from Blanks from either team. This roller just kind of under there do get themselves picked off into a wipeout. So now Blanks definitely going to take that mid area and see if they can make this push and hopefully get under that 60-point mark if they do make it to the basket. But this is Inkblot. It's going to be tough getting up that rank.
This also Blanks, and they have a little junior, and they have Yoshi Forever doing some stupid plays. Bubbler is on the field and active, and they can jump to the Bubbler and throw power clamps in. 2 power clamps go in that basket straight away. 60-point lead is what you want, and there is still Benji with a funny splashdown, getting rid of the Splashmatic. No follow-up after the 60 though. I think getting 2 power clamps in is already very, very good. And this is the power of the junior. This is the power of the stupidity of Yoshi Forever. And not because they're stupid because they're bad, because they have stupid good plays.
Indeed, but you have Splatty here just seeing what they can find, retreating back, or rather forward with their... See, I lost my orientation for a second, but I think while they're distracting in bats, they are able to break open that basket here. Yoshi trying to see if they can get in there. They've got that 7, opting not to get the last clam necessarily. So I think 3 members go down there for Horizon. Blanks getting ready for their push, and ready they are, because the basket is already open. We are past 48 here, and the clams just keep hitting that basket. So it is getting nasty here for Horizon, because we might be seeing a knockout, especially with that last clam. Not going to be a knockout. I think Habna just going down and people are jumping in. I think that's just going to be it. But an impressive push for sure down to 19.
Very well done by Blanks, indeed. They were not trying to get ready. They're always ready. And Yoshi, again, opting to just wait. Not go in, help their team defend. They're confident their team can defend. This is the power of a team like Blanks, of a team that's playing long together. They know what their ability is, they can communicate, and their teammates also trust in each other. And that's sometimes the most important thing in a game of Splatoon. You have to trust your teammates do the right thing every single time. Horizon trying to get the map control back into their hands, trying to paint it again purple, trying to get some damage onto Blanks, but they are holding on strong. They are making it tough for them. They're not moving at all. Horizon just cannot seem to find an opening in Sasu, as Blanks is just defending like champions.
Absolutely, and I think they're not able to necessarily finish off that pick that you saw was happening, that skirmish. Multi taking that space, but not necessarily the pick, does go down, I think, to the members of Horizon. And Horizon has already ran it down to 27. Finally, the wipeout. So they've done what I like to call get the rats out of their basement. When you have all these people in your bats, in your plat, you just trying to get the broom and shoo them on out, and I think Blanks finally did that, but they had a hulking lead. Horizon, in just one fell swoop, made this not so bad. As a matter of fact, I think if they're able to just get a clam in there, they're going to be taking the lead, no? So with this final minute, especially if they're able to get their specials together, the bubble is online. Horizon might be taking this. Let's see.
Two power clams, and that lead is definitely theirs, but then I think question number one is getting 2 power clams, and the question number 2 is how do you get them in there? So I think Horizon has some work to do. It's definitely beyond the horizon a little bit, but I think it's manageable. They have a lot of clams on the map right now, and they have the player down instead of Blanks. Oh, there is the power clam ready, and the second power clam actually already online because of the pity clam. Power clam 1 goes in, gets the basket. Bubbles ready as well. A lot of clams coming in. They have the lead. They somehow swapped it. The one single point of difference. They go out in the process, and Blanks not waiting around for a single second. 2 power clams in hand. Joe's trying to get a bubble as spoon as they can because they have to get it in. We do see the restart going in. Joe's jumping in. Gets the power clam into the basket. Both of them do actually, and the lead swaps to 9. Have the score of Horizon, and with 3 clams going in by Habana, when it looked like Horizon tried to take that lead, Blanks took it personally and basically KO'd because they pushed in overtime. But that was gonna end up in a KO anyway. Very, very well done by Blanks. Very good retake with Horizon. Gotta give them props for that push to A-Team because that was absolutely incredible.
Yes, an incredible push from Horizon, but speaking of incredible, I think this is one of the fastest pushes I've ever seen in my entire life, and I have commentated quite a few top-level matches, literally just seconds left, and I think what ended up happening here is that one member of Blanks actually used Reef Slider, and their other member knew and jumped to their end lag in Reef Slider, and then someone else jumped to that. So they just had 2 balls go in, and I think Habana, after that, was the only person alive, and everyone was just trying to manage everything. They missed them, and they just tossed in those clams. So what, like, the last 30 seconds, might as well call this turf war, because truly, like, the last 30 seconds or so was where all the excitement was in this game.
Really, but look at this in this replay. We see it. The push was even really done from Horizon. Yet it got wiped out. Sure, but that basket was still open, and we already saw Blanks on the side of Horizon. They do not wait around, and there it is, the clam that pushed them to victory. What an opening game. And honestly, this is the fastest retake of a lead in Clam Blitz I have seen. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Like 3 seconds after that push ended, they just got it back. They
and you know
really,
what?
really said no. They really said no.
I gotta wonder, did they just have that in their back pocket? Was that the, like, break in case of emergency? We just do the 3-second push TM and get back the lead? Because that was a crazy go, and we're gonna see if here in Zones Umami we're gonna have anything equally crazy going on. Looking at both of these teams, I think no changes here. Oh no, we do have those dualies. I don't think those dualies were there before, if I'm not mistaken, and they're going up against a leader there in loading. So I think that I would argue Blanks kind of have their work cut out for them as long as that leader is able to stay in a stable position, not get chipped out by that blaster especially, but already we see a death to a very unfortunate bomb, and Horizon just in a delayed wipe, so they have their work cut out for them.
pushed back straight away, speed by Blanks, and Multi swapped from the Tetra Duelist to the Vanilla Duelist to get a Crab Tank going. I feel like that's the best weapon to switch towards to get the Crab Tank to. I don't think you want to switch that Junior from Yoshi. They've been placing some incredible bubblers, and Benji is really a die-hard blaster main through and through, showing it here by using a splashdown and then gets splatted as you do as a blaster. Get a couple splats and then get out yourself. But that's what you do as a blaster. We do see that Blanks is slowly being pushed back though a little bit as Horizon is doing some ticks on the zone. Horizon not able to fully capture it though because they lost 2 players again, and Blanks already at 27 points.
Yeah, I think the issue here is we're watching Horizon stagger, and Umami is a place that really punishes staggering. Just their Nautilus up, and I think right now they're just too far away from the zone to possibly get back in, even if they booked it. So that's going to be a pretty decisive knockout, very opposite from what we saw last game. And I think, Blanks just had the pacing that they needed to get what had to be done, and that leader wasn't able to make up for the fact that they themselves and their teammates were done for a lot of the match.
I feel like the Clan Blitz match was a really morale killer for Horizon.
Horizon.
Like, I know, I mean, especially like when you get a loss like that, where you think, oh, we're gonna lead finally, and you get absolutely shredded in the end with a couple seconds left. That stings. Like, that really stings. Combine that with a comp like Blanks, which just excels at Umami Ruins. They have the speed, they have the teamwork, they have the aggression, and they're ballsy. Like, they know that they have to do some ballsy moves sometimes to really get some splats in, and they are not afraid to do it. I feel like that kind of, those two things in combination really help Blank secure a very dominant 100, or basically 100-0 push in game 1 or a game 2. But overall, Horizon, if you were gonna watch this back, they should be proud of their performance today. They had some crazy plays in the Clan Blitz game, 100% that push where I thought that was not going to happen. They made it happen. They made it to 18. And also the fact that they had a long run through the losers bracket. Especially for seed number 10. That is actually impressive. That really is impressive.
Genuinely very well played. We kind of see that meme. They had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Like, they almost just took that game home, and they could have forced another game there. Very unfortunate what happened there. But as you said, Hat, I think being in essentially, what is this, loser semis? Like, as seed 10, you're not supposed to be anywhere near there in theory. So just a really strong job. And we are going to go to a break, but definitely a congratulations to Horizons, and going to be glad to see Blanks go at it once again against the team we saw one set before. Long name, Lego Mario Kart World Kyukumuku. So stay with us. Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 347. I'm Sasu here with Pat, and we are jumping right into this losers finals. Lego Mario Kart World Pyukumuku versus Blanks, who we just saw. Blanks, of course, is our second seed, so you know the tournament says, oh, like they're gonna take it. But you never know, especially that we're starting here on Museum Clams once again.
This is when Lego Mario Kart World lost their game against the winners finals, so they want to get this one in. They want to get rid of that loss in their name, and they want to try to get back into the winners finals and get some revenge with Blanks. They've been fighting to the losers bracket for quite some time now, so I think they're eager as well to get back into the winners of the bracket. So we have two fired up teams roaring here to go. Neither team is really making an advantage. But there goes Yoshi with the big movement, the bubbler, and the clam straight into the basket, and I don't think they have a lot of follow-up. Benji trying to do some damage with the blaster before they go in. They have to go in quickly, otherwise the basket will close. They have a clam ready, but unfortunately could not find a follow-up to that push. Kind of wasting your first push there, but Blanks now in the lead. Let's see how long they can hold it for, because Lego Mario Kart World is ready to push forward.
Look at that clam economy on Lego Mario Kart World. They just have all the clams in the world here. It feels like the Lego world, if you will. And that clam goes up there. Two of their members goes down. So Chief still trying to push there. Does get that clam in, tying them up essentially. And I think there is a subsequent clam that just gets dunked in there, bringing them down to a 74, giving them a slight lead here. That's going to be the end of the push. Both of these teams, interestingly enough, opting to just get that basket open. None of them are necessarily interested in bringing it all the way down to that magic 60 mark. But Ichi at this right, I believe our 96 gal, just putting down that wall and immediately getting gunned down. So Lego Mario Kart World trying to extend their lead, but you see they're getting painted out here. Not an easy thing. Whoa, this is just crazy.
Blanks very much putting the hammer down against.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, against Lego Mario Kart World. And when I was saying that, a dreadful reef slider to just put a nail in the coffin for Lego Mario Kart World. Very well placed power climb actually by Blanks. Another power climb into the basket. We do see players coming in slowly, trying to get a follow-up this time. They have to score to 70. 74 is the score to is the opposing team scores, so they have a comfortable lead. They got it to 58. Splashdown coming towards the basket again. Can they get another jump though? They have a power climb on the way, and it is connected in that basket. Another power climb goes the way and connects before they get splatted. 9 is suddenly the score to beat for Lego Mario Kart World, and where their lead, their difference was fairly close, that suddenly went to almost game-ending. Lego Mario Kart essentially have to knock out now.
Listen, it's the trademark 3-second push there from Blanks. Once again, just bringing it down to a crazy 9. They didn't even have the lead when they began that push, and in the blink of an eye, they just brought it down to single digits. So you see, they're still going here. There's a bomb going.
There was this Judah threw a bomb. I'm gonna stupid splat with this.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I talked through. I just saw Judy throw a bomb. I'm like, no way. And that's a little bit like, no way, that did not just happen.
Not even. Juniors just go faster than I feel like you can even begin to tolerate. And I think they almost even had that push going, I think, before they just got called out there. And now mid is looking extremely purple. We have that hammer going down, and I think that Blanks is really methodically just winning all of these engagements, and soon as now, they will be on their plat going for yet another push. And if you're Lego Mario Kart World, you don't want to see that. You want to get these people off your plat so you can make a push of your own.
How did they even connect these? How did they even connect these power clams? Blanks again, pushing one clam left. Oh, I see Benji, I believe, at the back. Try to throw it in. Yes, they did connect. And with some, honestly, 3-second TM pushes, Blanks takes game number 1, but how? Straight up, how? I mean, for one, how did they go through Mario Kart World? And then 2, why did Mario Kart World let them through? And then 3, how did they connect those power clams? I saw them being thrown up so high in the air. This is really the strength of Blanks. They know the game. Look at this example. They know the mechanics, especially Yoshi. Yoshi knows this game mechanics, and they abuse it to the max.
No, absolutely. And, I gotta say that I don't even think that clam did go in, but it didn't. Oh, I think this might be that push from 58, was it, down to 9 at the end, just like that, practically in 3 seconds. But Lego Mario Kart World didn't even necessarily let them. You know what I mean? They were on them like white on rice. They're up here just trying to fight, and you see they were prepared for the block and still just, I don't know, they were able to eke out there. So very unfortunate there for Lego Mario Kart World, once again going down on that very same map mode.
I feel like they had less of a chance here than they had against Super Rich Kids. It was very, very snowball. They had, of course, the one push where they put some clams to the basket, but after that it was super snowbally on the side of Blanks. And again, it comes back to what I was saying earlier. Blanks finds your weakness and then abuses it. And I don't think Lego Mario Kart World can handle the speed that Blanks is playing at right now, because they are fast. Like, the second they had a power clam, they are already pushing towards that basket, and with a lot of aggression too. Sometimes they didn't even have the specials ready. They knew they could get their specials mid-fight and then use them right then and there. And that's what Blanks is excelling at. They use the weakness to their advantage. Now, the next game mode, luckily for Lego Mario Kart World, is a little bit slower. There's not that much you can abuse, and there are some very tough points that Blanks have to go through. But I fear for Lego Mario Kart World, because Blanks is really, really on fire right now.
Yeah, but I think lucky for Lego Mario Kart, you've got Clara, who's going to be on that heavy, if I'm not mistaken, and Blanks runs a heavy edit and not a pencil. So, interestingly enough, no, Clara is not going to be on that heavy this time around, instead opting to be on the new Jet Squelcher. So I think that's going to be some good range, which is ultimately what I'm thinking they're looking for here. But we'll see how it works out for them, because I also think that this is a really great map and mode for AoE, and it's Blanks that has the blaster. So I'm thinking that's going to work out well for them.
I love the Jet Culture a lot, especially because it's a lot faster to fight against stuff like the blaster compared to the Splatling. Very good by Benji, getting rid of, or at least negating the damage from that splashdown with the pillow. Blanks is still in control, pushing past the 50 mark, putting that halfway and doing a ton of damage. They did lose their dually, so that is a little bit of a chunk taken away from them. Multi does go back in now. Has to attack ready as well. Kraken is out on the field for Lego Mario Kart World. Will be enough, as Blanks already pushing past 30 here, Sasu.
Yes, basically uncontested up until now. Of course, that zone is in a bit of neutral. 2 members for Blanks go down, including their all-important Tetras, who have that Reef Slider, and ultimately it's not enough paint, especially because the only one still up is going to be their Blaster. So Lego Mario Kart World taking all the advantage of that and just booking it really up to see what havoc they can wreak. But Habna does get that cooler, allowing their team to get ready for this push. Lego Mario Kart World, of course, has those numbers ticking down, but I think that Blanks just has a lot going for them. Of course, they have a really strong edit here in Habna, and with 3 of their members going down up against, once again, that AoE, so they can't stand on those stacks. And of course, their junior is going. They have the Reef Slider. This is going to be a hard game here, I think, for Lego Mario Kart World.
The only number that Blanks is looking to go down are the player numbers on the side of Lego Mario Kart World, because they are right now putting an absolute massacre against them. So many splats left and right. Another double, another triple, and there we go. Another delayed wipe on the side of Lego Mario Kart World. Blanks is not slowing down, and now with the zone in their control, they are actually looking to get rid of the penalty, and they can get this KO point. Is getting oh so close. Only 10 ticks remaining. Lego Market World, they have to go in now. Bubbler's on the field, flash down to neutralize Zone, but gets splattered mid-air. They have so much faith in the map, and they will neutralize the Zone. For how long will they hold it for? That's the real question. 3 players down on the side of Blanks. I do think that Lego Mario Kart is going to hold onto the Zone this time. But the question is, for how long when Blanks get back. Blanks, though, 50 tick penalty they have to get rid of. That's a lot of time for Lego Mario Kart World to group up, get specials, and go back in. But Sasu, we see how aggressive Blanks can play without the specials. Do you think this will be enough time?
I don't know, because they have to get through that penalty as well as like 50 or so ticks to even get that lead, and we only have a minute 30 just over back. So Clara gonna go down in this trade here, and they're already through that penalty. So Blanks putting a bow on their victory here on the second game. Just taking it home, I would argue, in a dominant faction.
They really set up the score with this one as well. 2-0 for Blanks. And Lego Mario Kart World had the back against the wall in their last game they played in the winners finals. Now, in the losers finals, they have their backs against the wall in a 2-0 scenario. It's very tough. I think for them right now, it's very tough. Even if, again, they're seed 6, so if they lose now, they should still be proud of their performance, obviously. I don't think they want to go out like this. This next map, Tower Control Lego vs Market, both teams have picked this. Both teams are comfortable in this, and that might spell bad news for Lego Mario Kart World, because their map was the Splatstones map, and they lost it there. Quite dominantly, might I add. So
I hate to say it. I think that maybe we're looking at Jet, and I love a Jet Squelcher. I have C-Jet actually 5-starred, but maybe it was for the splashdown. But I think I would have liked to seen Clara on that heavy. I think it would have had that really strong range, and then also that kill power, and they might have used that. But that is that last game. Like you said, we are moving into Hagglefish Tower, and I don't have any love in my heart for Hagglefish Tower. I think it can really snowball pretty badly. So seeing as though Blanks is a team that takes a lot of advantage of aggression, of being able to run teams down, we'll see how that works for them. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Habna has changed off of that cooler edit instead onto the new Hydra with Bubble. And of course, on the other side, we have Clara still not on that heavy, but instead using the V-Jet. I believe that is the one that at least I never use because it has Dart on it. So much luck to Clara, I suppose.
The Hydra for Blanks is a very unique pick. For a map like this, it definitely works, but I think it's a very unique pick. Lego Mario Kart World actually now the first hit to start pushing and getting a decent amount of points in 2. Almost breaking checkpoint number 1. Benji trying to fight against 52. Loses actually. Very well done by Lego Mario Kart World. They broke checkpoint number 1 and are going towards checkpoint number 2. 2 players down on the side of Blanks now, Sasu. And Lego Mario Kart World finally have a grip on this game and finally have a grip against Blanks.
Yeah, but maybe not for long, because you see that second check that they just barely got to, that is the hardest check, I would argue, on Hagglefish to break. After that, you kind of have it made in the shade. There's no one on that top right to try and stop them, at least so far. I think someone finally does go there, gets a pick as it turns out, but you see they're working on checkpoint 2 just barely, I think. Get it? No, they haven't got through it. I think they just got to it. So ultimately, even though they have points on the board, as long as they don't break past that second checkpoint, they're going to have an iron defense not to see a change of hands here, especially because they have a Hydra that will just mow down anyone who tries to jump them, as well as a bubble that can protect that tower.
And don't forget, of course, they have Benji on that blaster flanking like crazy. That's what they specialize at, and we do see them at the back getting rid of that 96 Gel. And now they're at the back of all these players up top. Multi is there as well. 2 players go down, and Blanks broke through checkpoint number 1 and now on their way to get something done on checkpoint number 2. And with that, the lead has swapped to Blanks, and they are mowing everything down in their path. It is a massacre. Once again, Hydra and Yosh Forever fighting on that tower. Wipeout on the side of Blanks, though. Lego Mario Kart World finally stopped that push, but the damage was already done. 17 points remaining for Blanks and 39 still for Lego Mario Kart World. And they have to get everything done. They have to get the tower towards their side when Blanks respawning. They have the specials now. They also have to get rid of some checkpoints. So Sasu, tons and tons of work for Lego Mario Kart World.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned before, they've got the hardest checkpoint that they have to break through, which you see Blanks was able to shatter really with ease. So now I think once you're past then, you have a lot of momentum going into the remainder of the checkpoints. And even worse yet, you've got Multi on this top right, who is exactly where they're supposed to be in terms of taking that space. And you see, just like that, even with just one member down from Lego Mario Kart, they've been able, they being Blanks, to take that tower back. There's just so much pressure happening here. And we talked about Benny here just getting these picks, aside from the fact that they are flanking, and I think just got a triple right before us. They're also a blaster, and we know blasters just do so well on towers. So I don't think that Lego Mario Kart World, like, they have this decav, but it doesn't necessarily hit the same as that AoE. So they're just trying to get their picks, but you know, this must be hard on them.
I don't think that definitely the decaf is not replayable of a blaster. Yeah, you have the bubbler there as well, and it does some decent damage. I don't think it's enough, especially not against a team like Blank, against a blaster player like Benny, who is so incredibly strong. But the synergy that Blanks has and the way they're playing together, that is really what's helping them proceed to keep on pushing more and more and more. Another double by Benny, looking at the third. Can he get rid of the third? Oh, this is looking a little bit tough one. Opts to throw sub and go back out just to make sure they stay alive. I don't think getting an unnecessary spread is really in the cards for them. We do see the vacuum coming out, trying to get something done. I don't think they absorb all too much. Big splash nonetheless. 10 seconds remaining, and then it is forced overtime for Lego Mario Kart World. But they got wiped out, and with that unfortunate wipeout at the end to boot, it is Blanks who won the losers finals and pushes themselves up to Grand. And after a stunning run from Lego Mario Kart World, unfortunately they lost back to back. We have to say goodbye to our seed number 6, who ended up 3rd in Battling Pool. Nonetheless, I think a great result for them, and they should be proud of themselves.
Absolutely, they outdid their seed, and sometimes that's all you can ask for, but also did a really strong job on some of these for sure. You see them there just getting that wipeout, and quite frankly, it might have been more difficult for some other teams to just stop the bleeding, get that complete knockout on them super early there, but Blanks, they're a force to be reckoned with. I have commentated quite a few paddling pools in my day, and Blanks is always on some kind of run, so definitely can't be too hard on yourself for going down to them, especially not in an 03.
Definitely, for sure, that is something they should be proud of, and I'm hoping that we see them in another paddling pool edition. But we are going on a small break because the game we've all been waiting for is about to be ready. The best of 5 grand finals. Seed number 1 against seed number 2. Will Super Rich Kids win this tournament by destroying everybody literally, Or will blanks actually force a bracket reset and maybe snag the win out of their noses? Only time we're told. We will go on a small break and we'll be right back with some more Paddock View.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 347. I'm Sasu here with Hat, and we're going to be looking at the grand finals of our Seed 1 versus Seed 2, Super Rich Kids versus Blanks. And this is going to be one for the ages for sure, Hat.
Definitely, we just saw Blanks. And they took their ticket to the loser's bracket. Personally, they did not want to be there. If you want some context for why I'm saying this, they 2-0'd 3 teams in a row. Well, technically 3-0'd because of the last team, but they 2-0'd Oingo Boingo Brothers, Horizon, and 3-0'd Lego Mario Kart World. They did not want to be in the loser's bracket that early on. They got knocked into that in the winner semis. And they had some work out for them, and they did deliver for sure. So this is a team that is fired up, wound up, and ready to take on seed number 1. It's been a while since we had seed number 1 and number 2 in the grand finals, as it should be, balanced to perfection. But Super Rich Kids, they have been wrecking house. These two teams have not been facing each other as of yet, so this will be a first for both. But will it be the dominant force Super Rich Kids taking a 3-0 header home, or will Blanks force the bracket reset? Only time will tell, Blanks. Or, sorry, Blanks? Sasu. We do see some nice rolls already, but unfortunately, early disconnect for Super Rich Kids. It happens. It's Splatoon. We always get disconnects here. What do you do about it?
Oh, you're telling me. Yesterday I had a scrim, Hat, and it was brutal. I didn't listen. There was some sort of update, and after I downloaded that update, suddenly my internet wouldn't work. I was on the good internet, and it was still saying nope. I was DCing just straight out of the private lobby, and as soon as I restarted my Switch completely, turned it off, turned it back on, I go into it, everything's fine. And then my teammate DCs immediately, and then we have to get them into the lobby, and it was a whole thing during the entire scrim. So can't be too mad at any of these players. I think there's some shenanigans going on, and you tell me what you think. I had a friend say that they feel like the connectivity gets worse around the end of the season. Have you experienced that at all?
I mean, I don't really play that much Splatoon, but honestly, yeah. I gotta agree with you there. I think, especially the longer you play Splatoon, the more tired your internet gets, and it just needs some rest. Remember, your router also needs some rest from time to time. It's a hard-working piece of equipment. Now, we go back. Attempt number 2. Luckily for these teams, neither team really had something done in this game, so nothing interesting had happened as of yet. I love seeing that recycled Brella already, and they're actually doing a decent amount of damage onto Blanks because they lost 2 players very early on in this game. While Splat Zones make it effective 3 because Super Rich Kids is on the zone and are pushing forward.
Yes, and also gonna point out that we have Prosper there on that heavy edit. I think truly Prosper is gonna be, I think we saw them on Nautilus, and I think in their heart is a Splatling player, but because there's no pen that needs to be matched, you have Prosper instead on that heavy edit. And right now, Smile looking around to see what it is they can really get done. I think that this map control is just firmly in Super Rich Kids' hands, and you see a nod to Joe Ryan, our streamer there, from JJ, or Jovan rather, who's on that recycled Brella. So right now, a straight shot to 44. I think they're trying to get, or rather successfully getting both of those zones. So Blanks finally putting a stop to that bleeding here.
This is what Blanks need, because their strategy is, of course, to find the weakness of the opponent and abusing it, and then getting some time to breathe and find the weakness is very much essential. Bleedum coming out to try to open it, push Prosper, getting a lot of pain on that zone. Smile coming in with a crack, and technically is out in the field, and Blanks is being forced back heavily. Oh, we do see that Splash Junior up top fighting the kills, somehow surviving, but now let's sneak up on Benji. Oh, Benny got the splat on Benny. Spell beautifully done. Got splatted by the splatling though, but they got control back of the zone, and that's important for Super Rich Kids because they want to maintain their streak of dominance here in Paddling Pool.
Absolutely, and they are doing just that. I actually think they did a fantastic job of just keeping the zone for a while there. I think it was just JJ who was up, and still they just managed to keep the space, keep the zone in neutral for a while, and wait for their teammates to come back in. But so far, 2 members gonna go down on Super Rich Kids. Prosper in that 1v1 does take the day before getting traded out at the end there, so Blank's gonna get their hands on that zone, and they have a deceptively low penalty here. Already they've gotten started on their points. Smile really fortunately with that jump out, but if they stagger or just let too much time go out without getting out of their own choke, we might see a change in hands here.
Well, that might just be happening right now. Blanks is about to swap that lead. Only a couple ticks left, and Blanks, they have the. I was waiting. they have the lead. It was not gonna happen that I was gonna say they have lead, and then they didn't. I had to wait for a second just to make sure. They have the lead now. They do lose 2 players, but are still kicking in this fight. They're not getting messed. They're not getting tossed around. They finally gave up the ghost and lost that zone. But they have the lead in possession. There's not a lot of penalty on the side of the Rich Kids. They have a special at the ready. I think one is currently being active. And they almost have their tactical at the ready to be online for the defense. The penalty Sasu is about to be over. And this is where Super Rich Kids is probably going to score a hell of a lot of points here.
Yes, but I think, Multi is up and has that reef slider. And granted, this is a double zone, but I think if they're able to use it to get back into mid, that could do really great things for them. You see that that is going to be the reef slider ultimately giving them the zone. They have a 38 penalty, so there's some that they have to get through before they really start pushing here. But Pata Noir gonna get that Booyah out, and I think that's 3 members down, just the edit left. Definitely gonna get out of there so they don't waste, or they got the cooler out, so now perhaps they've got no fear in their heart left. But ultimately it just comes down to a bit of a skirmish in this final minute, and ultimately, I'm trying to see if Super Rich Kids may overextend, get themselves wiped, and give Blanks the opportunity to get this back, or if they hold steady and just take the win for themselves.
This is the billion-dollar question indeed. 1 player down on both sides of the map. Blanks is doing a lot of damage towards the zone right now, but not quite capping them. This is something they need to do, because otherwise they cannot force the overtime. They have 1 zone in their control. They're looking to get a second one in their possession as well. They got rid of the Stamper, who just respawned. They have the zones in their possession to force the overtime, but for how long can they hold it for? They only have a couple ticks of penalty, so it's not that long. That lead, it's not even out of reach. It is fairly close. There goes Multi, and there's a Booyah Bomb activated and thrown on the zone, and this is where Super Rich Kids have to dive in, and they're going as fast as they can. But it doesn't look like it's fast enough for the penalty, because the penalty is now broken. And only 5 ticks remain for the lead to be swapped. The zone and neutralized by Super Rich Kids. Blanks still alive with 2 players. And with an overtime push, Blanks swaps that lead and takes game number 1 in our grand finals.
Yes, a very close buzzer beater there, where ultimately it just came down to paint at the end there for Blanks. Super Rich Kids, I think 2 of their members went down. I think the name of the game for both of these teams was just to stay up, not go down in picks, and I think that's what gave Blanks the win, because sure, they outpainted them, but it's because they had the people up to do so. So really strong job at the end there for Blanks.
Very, very well done indeed. And I like the way they pushed there into overtime. They fought through and through, never giving up. And Super Rich Kids, I don't think they expected that one. I don't think they expected that splashdown to not fully paint the zone, and also getting double splattered right after. So I think some unexpected plays coming out of Blanks, securing them a very well-deserved victory. But this is still the grand finals. Even if Blanks wins this one, they still have to get another set of 5 games in. But it's only game 1, Sasu. We still have time. So Rich Kids can still take this back if they really, really want to. We're going on to map number 2, which is Humpback Pump Track, a map both teams have picked. And we haven't seen this map at least in our session. And I think Humpback Pumptech always brings some interesting plays for us here on stream, and especially with the level of these two teams are competing at, I think we're going to get something super out of the box.
I'm inclined to agree. I love watching, particularly Rainmaker Humpback. I think that watching teams try and go to that elbow area and push, and that last final, I feel it's so rare that you'll see any team knock out on Humpback, but ultimately, I think that run to see them eke out the points in that final beeline for the check is just so exciting to watch. And while I was talking about that, of course, we have Yoshi Forever switching on to that sploosh, no doubt, for that easy pop that you get there off the top, as well as Hobna switching off of the... Oh, we have a disconnect.
Again? Super Rich Kids, fix your internet, please.
I don't know. I think we're just getting... like, it's hard for me to even be like, oh, you know, because yesterday, when I tell you, what is today? Wednesday?
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Yesterday was Tuesday, and I think Monday, I had, Monday, I was playing, and then Tuesday, I just, like, kept disconnecting. My friends were disconnecting. It was a whole thing. So I think something's funky going on, perhaps with that update. That's just messing with our internet because, like, I don't know. I just have no clue. So, I'll give some grace, I think, to the person that is DCing.
I want to give some grace too, but at the same time, at this level of the tournament, can't have the infinite disconnects. Does not look nice. Again, luckily, it was very early game, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It does happen, and they tend to join back fairly quickly. So I think they're already back into the lobby, so it's all good. No hate, it's Platoon. We all know. So at the end of the year, your router's tired. It wants a little holiday. I think whoever disconnected now, just if you're watching the stream, turn off the router. Give it some sleep. It deserves it.
I'd almost argue, maybe even just restart the Switch. That's what happened to me because nothing changed with my internet. I had a portable internet Wi-Fi moment thing, and it's my strongest bid at strong internet. And suddenly, like I said, I was DCing and I said, I don't know what's going on. I'm connected to it. There's no problem. I restarted my Switch. Not another problem. And this happened after the update. So perhaps if it tells you, hey, want to restart your Switch for the, say no. No, you do not want that update because something's going on.
Something fishy is happening in the Switch. You might want to take a look at it. Maybe your Switch wants to go to sleep.
It sleeps all day. I'm like, now's your time to shine.
It's like a cat. It's like a cat. It sleeps all day, and then when you try to do something, it wants to sleep.
It's like, hey, like this is time for me to rest.
And the cat's like, nah, bro, I want to sleep. Anyway, let's get back into Humpback Pumptech with us yapping about. I already see a very interesting umbrella on the side of the Super Rich Kids. So they're bringing out some odd weapons, of course. We also see that Splatter Shot Pro, who picked up the Rainmaker and gets a very early checkpoint against Blanks. Actually, very well done by the Super Rich Kids. And they are still pushing it forward to try to get the Crab Tank early. They can push with that special active. Unfortunately, they could not get the Crab Tank against Sasu. But Super Rich Kids very early on the checkpoint and also doing still tons of damage here.
Actually, you mentioned Sorella. Sorella, if anything, is Jovan's signature, so to speak. Of course, that does have the jet on it, the ink jet, and I think that can be strong here. And also, he's just really strong on that special. You see it right there, getting that pick, if I'm not mistaken, in the corner of the map just before going down here to Benny. So that's going to be stuck there at the side And I'm not quite sure what the play is here. They're just kind of going back and forth while Super Rich Kids just kind of takes control of this area. They do go down, so not much progress made there for Blanks, but we'll see what they're able to make happen here.
You see them trying to get at their base, trying to get some pain on the map. They have the Rainmaker in a very favorable spot to push towards that checkpoint, but unfortunately there is a brusher that says no. The Rainmaker about to reset it. Yoshi in time picks it up and dunks it just in time as they got splatted. Very well done for Blanks to get that checkpoint. Rainmaker Pop actually got rid of Joran. Or Jovan, and now they have the Rainmaker in their position and gets the lead as well. Very well done, and they're still pushing it forward. They didn't just get a lead of 40, they just pushed it to 14. And now Yogi Forever picks up again and pushes it to 3. This is the point where even they get wiped out. Super Rich Kids now basically have to get the wipeout in.
Yeah, and I think, quite frankly, they can do it. We are at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. That is the majority of the game, so there's still so much to do, but you have Yoshi Forever with that floosh behavior, TM, getting that pick after flanking the entire map and getting out of dodge as they do so. They finally pick that up again. Habna is watching here with a bubble ready to go, so they can't necessarily be picked off easily. And they're able to just mow people down at their leisure, but not without Prosper trying to get that pick, trying to chip them, and now they are the only one up here. So this is difficult, dire straits for Super Rich Kids here in this elbow area.
Ooh, I think they've got some funky innings going on this game. I was looking at Yoshi Forever right there. But, yeah, it's definitely a funky game. But Blanks is heading it surprisingly well. Given the fact that they were in seat number 1, and given the fact that Super Rich Kids is known to put a lot of pressure on them. So maybe Blanks was destined to beat them all along. We do see the Blanks is now putting up a ton of pressure again. They have the Rainmaker in the possession. They have 2 specials at the ready. One is just being used from the Bubbler, and they still have the splash down from the Blaster. Smile, use the Kraken. We see a Jet as well online. There goes the Rainmaker. Everyone else from Blanks opts to go back, and this is a very good thing for them. Just get rid of the Rainmaker, try to push it in, and then getting rid of... Oh, no! Another disconnect, and with the score... They cannot reset anymore. Rich Kids, unfortunately, having to fight a 3v4. That's rough. That's really rough.
Yeah, that is absolutely nasty and an uphill battle. You have Prosper, who is at least they've got their cooler ready, trying to just defend, but not going to work out. Multi just kind of gunning them down, and we are down to 45 seconds left. Gonna be hard pressed to make anything happen. Nothing is impossible, but definitely gonna feel like you're fighting a losing battle, aside from the fact that Blanks were able to just sneak out. Like I mentioned when we started off, you can just sneak out a lot of sneaky picks here where you're just beelining it. All this paint is coming at you and you're eking out these points, but like, you know, even worse, there's just a lot to do and not enough of you to do it. So we're counting down here from 5. No one necessarily able to drop with that stalling Rainmaker, and that is going to be the end of the game. Super unfortunate loss there for Super Rich Kids.
Yeah, the disconnect was unfortunate for the timing. Would it have mattered? Maybe, because Blanks, all in all, was doing an amazing job on the offense here. They pushed it to 3, and that was... Ooh, cheeky fist bump. They pushed it to 3, and that was when the entire team of Super Rich Kids was alive, and that was when the entire team of Super Rich Kids was defending as well. So Blanks, again, phenomenal work from that team, and you see the trust they have on each other shining through and through. Like I said, they were fired up from that loser's bracket. And now they are definitely aiming for the bracket reset here, Sasu, because they are... It feels like they are unstoppable right now.
Yeah, I think that they did what you have to do, which is make sure that your timing is right, because ultimately half of the reason they were able to eke out those points is because they had super rich kids respawning, right? Here's where you see that unfortunate DC there that is just really difficult to come back from. But I think that if blanks, we saw them in the past just do really strong things as it pertains to timing. And especially because we're heading into Scorch Clams, which I think is very timing based. If you allow your team to wipe or stagger, that other team, even if you're getting in all those clams and then you wipe, the other team is right there at your front door under your basket, frame one, while you're still there respawning. So Blanks is going to have to watch themselves once again, especially timing wise.
Yes, they cannot let their guard down, but Super Rich Kids, they also cannot let their guard down either. And we already saw what happens the second that guard is down. The second Blanks gets their foot, not even their foot, the second Blanks get their pinky toe in that doorway, they have a 0.1 second opening, they get that lead. They straight up get a stupid lead. And we already saw in the earlier Clamdis games that Blanks, especially Yoshi, is doing some crazy stupid pushes, making the dumbest stuff imaginable work, which is honestly a skill, and I commend Yoshi for that one. But they're making some incredibly annoying stupid stuff work. So this is going to be another exciting one for Blanks, because if they win this one, Sasu, they get the bracket reset with a 3-0.
Yes, but I think one of the things that happened in that last game, I could be wrong, but I don't think Prosper was aware that Habna could or would be switching to Hydra. So Prosper, of course, did go that heavy edit, and you get vastly outranged and sometimes gunned down by something like a Hydra. So we have this switchback from Prosper to Pen, as well as a switch to S-Blast, which of course is well known to be a very strong meta weapon here, into 96. So there's a lot of kill power on the side of Super Rich Kids. As you can see here, 2 members already going down for Blanks, and this Kraken just taking this space relentlessly and brutally. So I think that might be Smile, if I'm not mistaken, on that Kraken taking that spot, and already just off the top we're gonna have that basket opening there for Super Rich Kids.
But the question now is, can Super Rich Kids find a follow-up with the defense Blanks is throwing at them? Very well placed bubbler by Yoshi with that junior tactical out on the field to try and get a 3-second TM push. They only have 7 clams in their hands. They still have the pity clam, but I don't think it's going to be enough, especially when Prosper gets a good splat on Habana. Benny goes down as well, so I don't think Blanks had an instant follow-up, at least not as fast as they hoped it has. And now Jovan has another power clam at the ready. It is in the hands of Prosper now at the back with the pencil. Ooh, cheeky splat for the heavy edit. Can it be enough with the help of the teammate? Yes, it will. Yoshi forever helped him get that splat. We do see the S-Blast also going to the awkward spot and jumping out, but the junior goes down for Blanks, and they're playing it very slow. It's unused for them to play that slow, but Multi sneaks in actually, and if they get the power clam now, they can get a push going. They have the reslider ready as well, but there's nobody to pick up the pity clam, so there's not a lot of pushing going on. They finally have to clam, but it was way too late. It did jump in. They did get the basket open, but there's no follow-up. The second power clam's on its way, and got dunked in. There was the follow-up that they needed to get that lead, Sasu, because Blanks, in their typical Blanks fashion, doesn't dunk in 1 clam. No, they dunk in 2.
Yes, and they keep going down to a 40, but once again, they're going to have to watch themselves. I think one of the things is Super Rich Kids have been playing very careful. They know what can happen if they just all go down, so we've been just seeing them jump out time after time, and I think they are taking their time. We're halfway through this game. Jovan just dropping on that far right to get those clams so that they can get ready for their push. I think that's Smile going down on on the 96 Gal, if I'm not mistaken, and Abuya is going to open up this basket for them along with this bubble, which is going to give them cover as they throw things in. Here comes that final clam. They're just 2 points down, and I think that gives them the lead here in one go. So 2 of their members are down. That's not hopefully going to be enough for them to stagger. And right now we're at more even footing after this push.
They are very equal on the grounds. Super Rich Kids actually have a little bit less penalty than Blanks currently has, but we already see these Blanks TM pushes if they can find an opening again. But Yoshi has to find a way to place that bubbler, or Benny has to somehow go in. Multi did sneak in as well, so they have 3 players that can really open that clam basket. I see Multi on the side trying to be sneaky, but they got spotted by Joven and they got spotted by Smaug. Can Multi get the splats though? That's the more important part. Actually, I don't think they noticed him. Did they not notice him? Multi's going in sneaky again. The power of Blanks, and there we go. We see a couple jumps going in. That's one power clam in the basket. That's another one to connect to get that lead back into their control. I see more clams pushing towards that basket. That lead is extending to 17 now. Blanks with an amazing sneaky play. How did they miss Multi? That was such an important player to not miss right now, and they missed, unfortunately. 1 extra clam does go in to make it 8. Trying to get more clams in Multi, unfortunately does not manage to do so, but Sasu, suddenly this game is looking a lot tougher for Super Rich Kids.
Yeah, I think that if I'm being honest, Super Rich Kids, I think the type of I doubt that they come across this type of play all that often these days, to be quite frank. I think you don't usually see sneaky plays like this. So sometimes you just kind of play honestly, you get your picks, you do the pushing, especially because like the push up that ramp is so difficult. Would not be surprised if it's just kind of this game of like, oh, let's just go forward and see if we can get that in. That is going to be I think a whiffed clam there. There's just one person left, and that's going to lead into a wipeout. So unfortunately, that leaves them not the lead. A bit of some stat padding here from Blanks, ultimately forcing a bracket reset for them now. So that is going to be a 3-0 in this set for our second seeds.
Blank though. Blank should be proud, and they should be happy because getting a bracket reset there is very good. Another cheeky fist bump, but Blanks. Absolutely on fire. There is no other wording right now. They forced this bracket reset in honestly the most Blanks way possible by getting Multi to sneak in and then getting a double power clam jump when I don't think Super Rich Kids was expecting it. And this bracket reset, honestly, more than deserved. And it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be a very, very interesting one. Because Super Rich Kids, I think that did put a little bit of a dent in their confidence.
Honestly, I don't think so. But perhaps it's because I know several of these players. I think maybe confidence is not the word, but I would not be surprised if I think anybody, when you're playing and someone pulls off a sneaky play like that, it does have the tendency to frustrate you, you know, when you realize that you've lost track of all the players and suddenly there's 2 power clams in your own basket. Not surprising when people just lose their temper, get pissed off, and then kind of play out of where necessarily they should be playing. I think that's part of it. Kind of undoing the other team's mental when you can with maneuvers like this are also part of it. So now we do have the bracket reset, as you said. Both of these teams are on equal footing, heading back into a map mode we've already seen, Umami Zone. So now that Super Rich Kids did go down in that first time, I'm wondering what they're necessarily going to do, or if they're planning on changing it up to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I don't think they want to have it happen again, because if it happens again, they lose the tournament. Then they get second place after working so hard for that. But the bracket reset is here. We started off on Umami Ruins. Splat Zones, this is where Blanks got an overtime victory. These teams are warmed up against each other now. They know their weaknesses, they know their strengths. But let's see how they will abuse this knowledge, because I don't think either team is very much stronger than the other. Both teams are on very equal ground. Super Rich Kids opening the map here, getting both zones very, very quickly. Blanks opting to play a little bit slower, waiting to get some specials on the board. And we see the Bubbler on the field. The Tacticooler is online. Splashdown about to be ready as well. They got rid of the Splatana Wiper, and now they're doing tons and tons and tons of damage to get that zone in their hands and try to get the lead swap here.
Yes, we do have a switch here. You can see it with the hammer that Jovan has switched over to Wiper instead of that Brella that he has been running instead. And you see both of them kind of squatting up to neutralize this zone while they wait for the rest of their teammates. And they've done so successfully right now, both of them in neutral. There's kind of a power struggle going on for this zone. Not many picks happening. It just kind of seems as though it's like a ring around the rosy with these zones, just kind of peeking left and right to see what they can get. Finally, Super Rich Kids is going to be able to take both of these, especially now that you have Prosper here on Pencil, opting to take that advantage with range instead of being on that edit.
Let's see if Super Rich Kids can get the lead swap. Yes, they can. They did a very well job on the retake of that zone here. 2 players down on the side of Blanks, but also 2 players down on the side of Super Rich Kids. So Blanks might actually win this fight if they really want to. It's looking tough now. Everyone is respawning, and these two teams are very much taking the slow game with each other. Benny gets splatted here inside of that splashdown. It didn't even connect to anyone. That's unfortunate. Due to that special, Yoshi surviving that hammer, but it doesn't matter. Super Rich Kids again with all the specials back into control of the map, and Blanks now in a bit of a pickle because they don't really have an entryway in. There's a ton of specials they have to fight through, and they basically only have a tactical line from a heavy that is splattered. Blaster now also down south too, and Blanks, this is gonna cost them a lot of time.
Absolutely. Once again, you cannot. I think there's 2 obstacles here: staggering and then your choke. You have Prosper here on this pen, just chipping anyone who dares to just peek into their own choke so that they can get into mid. And of course, because they're running that edit, that's going to be super hard on them range-wise. And so, especially, all they really can do to stall is try and take this zone that's closest to them. But they do go down. I think there is a jump there. Not going to get anybody with that splashdown ultimately. But that Reef Slider is going to take out 3 people total and put the stop to that huge push down to 19. But I think this is close to what we saw last time around. They had a really strong go at the zone. And I think Blanks was able to sort of tie it up, put some stalling on it up until that overtime. So there's still a lot of Splatoon to be played here.
Definitely for sure. Also, still a minute and 30 seconds left before we even get close to thinking about overtime. So Blanks still has a lot of time left to get damage done. Look at that timer. It's ticking down slower and slower. 44. Now it stopped at only a neutralization. Not even capture for Super Rich Kids to go rid of Benny, but they got the zones back. Blanks so fast in everything they do. Now with 3 players down, and the fact of delayed wipe, I don't think they're gonna get much more scoring done, but they're slowly taking that score further and further down. Now, like you said, this is a very much a mirror of the first game on this map. Beautiful bomb, getting rid of that S-Blast on the side of Super Rich Kids. Josie does find themselves to Prosper. We're getting rid of a frontliner is a huge feat for the retake. Blanks only have 18 ticks left on the side of Super Rich Kids' zone before the penalty is over. Big splats coming in though, 2 players down and 1 zone neutralized. This is where Blanks can start pushing for big points here, Sasu.
Yes, I think Prosper kind of on that low ground, not where you want to be, and 2 members ultimately going down for Super Rich Kids. But more importantly, Blanks is trying to move up to their choke there and make it difficult for them to go forward. You see, the penalty is getting smaller and smaller, and it's deceptively close, I would argue, to where they can start scoring. So we're in the final 10 seconds. Blanks still has, I think, was given additional penalty due to a cap there. A bubble is going to come out. Habna trying to fight up against there. Going to be a trade, but not what you need necessarily at this time. 3 members down. It's just Jovan here, but not with special. So still Super Rich Kids is going to have to come in. And once again, we are in this overtime situation where Blanks took it last time. But I think Super Rich Kids super locked in and gonna see what they can do to stop this from happening again.
Ooh, big splats and a wipeout to secure that deal. Did not want to last any longer. And a beautiful shark from Jovan allows Super Rich Kids to win game number 1 here on the bracket reset of Battling Pool. But Blanks is still kicking. They're not out yet. They can still retaliate in the next couple games. But again, such a close game between these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw a couple comp shifts there from Super Rich Kids. I think that it's kind of like they've taken the gloves off, and that's not necessarily to say that they won this set because they took the gloves off, but I think that also there's an increased speed to the way that they play, and we know that Blanks has this fantastic speed going for them. So I suspect that these games definitely going to be even faster than what we've seen thus far. And I think it felt like one team had the control, and then Blanks would have these really fantastic holds, but then someone would maybe sneak in there, maybe a Jovan on this wiper, and just put a lot of paint down, neutralize the zone. So gonna be super excited to see the rest of the set.
I cannot agree with you more there. I just love how these 2 teams play so different. Like the weapons they chose, yeah, they have some similarities of course, but like the entire philosophy behind their comps is so different. I love to see that. We're going next onto Tower Control Hagglefish Market. Now this is where Blanks had some trouble the first time when they fought Lego Mario Kart World, because Lego Mario Kart World actually was able to do a decent amount of damage here to Blanks. So maybe this is a map mode where they have been struggling with a little bit. Let's see how Super Rich Kids is going to perform on this map though, because I think Blanks kind of, that loss, especially the breakfast hit, that's not the loss you really want to have.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of curious about how this is going to go, seeing as though I can see Prosper just sticking with that pencil this entire time. And I think only on certain map modes does Habna go on that Hydra. So I can imagine that Blanks might have a little bit of trouble, but maybe we'll see if that's necessarily what happens this time around. Of course, you have blasters on both of these teams, so they've got the AoE. They have the skirmish, they have their coolers and the range. So I think both of these teams are very equally matched in what they're running. So all that's left to speculate on is the gameplay. And I think so far, 2 people down on each of the teams, and I think an early start to Blanks. It's looking good for them so far.
I think so too. They have the first checkpoint in the bag, and they're looking to get their way on the second checkpoint too. We do see the pencil getting rid of some players. 3 players down though on the side of Blanks. They had a first good push, but I don't think it lasted all too long. 50 is definitely a respectable score on the Hagglefish Market, that's for sure. Super Rich Kids now making their way towards the middle. They have, oh no!
No way.
Can they reset after 50? I don't think they can, because it's past halfway.
Really? It's not halfway. It's exactly it.
It's new set. Okay, it is new set. I've been told. So they can reset this one. It's a new set. They get like, oh,
And I think
the
really great that they stopped it straight at 50 because I think they might have been in trouble if Blanks was able to push it any farther than 50.
I was about to say
So-
49. 49. Then you're right.
We
on
might
the
have had
edge.
an issue. Now, I'd have to double check those rules because I know that some tourneys, they stop it at 30, and I get why. I feel like if I have 49, I'm not like, oh my god, I got so far. What the heck? Like, we're restarting. But
I feel like
But-
it should kind of depend on the map too, because like maps like Hagglefish
True.
getting to 50, that's not the hardest thing in the world.
yeah, I think when you get to that second checkpoint, if you break that second checkpoint, I'm like, I don't want to hear it. Because having people attack you on that top right, just bomb everything at you, once you break through there and you just keep cruising forward, at that point you have just like climbed like a huge monstrous mountain. So if it weren't so cumbersome, I would almost argue that each map mode should have a specific sort of condition when it's like, all right, like this is the most annoying part. So if they get past there, even if it's like 70 on a Rainmaker map, I'm sorry, you're not restarting.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It kind of should depend on multiple factors, but like I said earlier, whoever disconnected is always joining back super quickly, so there's not that much time lost in between these sets. But I feel like for
restart the Switch, right?
yeah,
I'm
I
saying
feel
if
like
they have.
I feel like for blanks though, it is a bit annoying. Okay.
Yeah, I would argue. Listen, if you have me open in another tab, you know, you're just listening to the commentators. I suggested that's what kind of worked for me, Loki, and I think that this. I think that. And also, it's not great for your mental, right? When you have a teammate that keeps DCing, it's not their fault. It's not necessarily anybody's fault, but it definitely puts a lot of stress and frustration when you're like, oh god. And then sometimes you kind of feel this pressure to end the game early, to just knock out if you can before your teammate just gets eviscerated into dust. So. Like, I think when you're like, oh my god, we're restarting again, that puts you in a position where maybe you're not playing your best because you're just sweating and worried, especially your teammate says, oh, I'm getting, communication is unstable. And you're like, oh my god. And maybe it's fine, but not gonna stop you from maybe putting your controller down or being upset. We're back.
We're back into Splatoon. Like I said, fast rejoins, always good. No harm done. Neither team has changed their comm after the disconnect. Sometimes you see little changes, but these teams have not changed. That Hydra is back for Blanks, and that Hydra is ready to shred more players. Blanks had the first push to 50. Let's see if they can do that push again. We do see the technical cooler coming online on the side of Blanks. Do lose the answer though after playing the technical cooler. Bubbler is on the tower as well, trying to protect their teammates. The Hydra does not yet have their special ready, so I don't think a second Bubbler can be on the tower. But we do see the Katana going in, but fortunately getting splattered. Blanks not able to push as deep as they were in the first game, still doing a humongous amount of damage here on this tower.
Yes, but lots of specials coming out. Going to get rid of Pato Noir finally. 3 members count on either team, so it's become a 1v1. Prosper winning out on that, gonna take the spoils of that win, that being the tower. Getting the cooler out. All their teammates going to hopefully grab that maybe before it breaks. And I think down to a 57. Doing better, luckily, than they did their last time around, but those coolers are out. Blanks is ready to take that top left and put down the hurt if they can. So I think right now they're making their way through that initial checkpoint, but not getting out of dodge completely. 2 of their members go down and they lose control of that tower.
Yes, and this is where Blanks can shine. If they have the Bubbler on the tower, this is the position they like to be in the most, because that Junior from Yoshi does oh so well, but 2-0ing as a junior, that's not really a fight. You should go in, good splat by Benny to get rid of that hammer. Super Rich Kid is currently on the tower. They're trying to get rid of that lead of Blanks. It's not that big, it's only past checkpoint number 1. But it's still a little bit tedious when you have a Bubbler and a Hydra to fight through. Tactical is online for the Blanks. They have the special in the splashdown ready as well. We do see Benny going in with a 14, not connecting to all the people they wanted to connect to, but Super Rich Kid's also not really able to get a stable grip on the tower as Sasu, as neither team is very progressing in this fight.
Yeah, it's almost hard for me to figure out what's necessarily going on here. I feel like everyone's everywhere all at once, so to speak. One member down on Blanks versus 2 members down on Super Rich Kids, and the tower has moved back into mid, but they've gotten it back. I don't know, it feels like all of the picks that are happening just for some reason don't feel super substantial, if that makes sense. Once again, they're trying to make their bid on the tower. 2 of their members go down. Prosper just sticking here to try and break through that checkpoint. Not going to happen. And there's just a bloodbath on tower now. And I think those bubbles are proving really difficult to get through. This is a super defensive comp. And I don't know if they have that much to answer to it.
I don't think they have a real big answer to those bubblers too, especially when there's a tactical cooler near on the tower. This is where Blank's going to excel in. They have so much pressure being thrown at Super Rich Kids right now. They have specials, they have strong weapons, and they have a very annoying positioning. But Super Rich Kids is finding a way through all of that and is able to hold the ground in their side a little bit longer. But the effective 3-player down by the blaster is gonna make it tough. We do see a very beautifully placed wall by Smile, but gets refragged by, I believe that was the junior. I'm not sure actually who got that splat on the refrag. But either way, it doesn't matter as Blanks is on the tower again pushing. They did lose 3 players and not quite broke a checkpoint. Effective delayed wiper Sasu. A minute left in the game, but Super Rich Kids have to push from 62 to 12 now.
Yes, doable, but very difficult, especially with that Hydra just sitting there essentially for free, uncontested. They do go down in a trade. Super Rich Kids trying to take as much space as physically possible. That hammer's going to get canceled there from Jovan, and ultimately the zap drops, gets gunned down, and Prosper leaves tower to just try and see if they can chip out anyone who's coming, whilst Jovan just takes that tower and doesn't shift fast enough to avoid those bombs. So took a while, but they do get past this first checkpoint, and we're going to see if they're able to take that momentum. Not gonna happen, but they're up against an S-Blast. This is a strong weapon for a reason. They get that Booyah Bomb out, they go down themselves, and I don't know if they're gonna be able to take that tower, giving Blanks this second win.
Unfortunately, they could not get the tower, but 1-1 in the bracket reset. So still plenty of things that can be done on the side of... Wow, I forgot the team for a second. On the side...
Super Rich Kids.
Of Super Rich Kids, sorry, yeah, I forgot the team for a second. On the side of Super Rich Kids, they still have a chance, but Blanks... I feel like the Hydra Junior combo on tower control is so incredibly strong. It's honestly not even in the strong effect that these weapons are like the strongest in the world. The Hydra, of course, can shred, but it's slow, and a Junior doesn't have a ton of range. But it is so tedious to fight.
Yeah, frustrating.
It's just super frustrating, super tedious, and then combine it with the fact that the Blanks somehow always have a tech cooler up on the field, so they're always responding quickly. It's just annoying to fight through. And then there is this spam, bomb spam, special spam, bubbler spam. They're spamming everything. So there's almost nothing that Super Rich Kids really can do against it on a game with like tower control. So Blanks had this one very much in the bag. Now we are going on to our next map mode here, which is Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Now Scorch Gorge, we already saw earlier what Blanks can do in that game. They are not afraid. They will push through. If you throw a special screen at them or a try strike or whatever, they don't care. They will dive through that special like it is nothing, just to get 3 extra points on the board to get lead in their hands. So I think we have to we have to see Super Rich Kids step up their aggression a tiny little bit to match the energy that Blanks is throwing at them right now.
Well, this was when we saw them on Scorch. This was specifically clams, right? I believe so. They were on clams, Scorch, and I think that I'd argue Rainmaker a completely different ball game, almost, because I think it's so much harder to kind of sneak a Rainmaker past where it shouldn't be, and I think especially with Prosper going to be just sitting on snipe, chipping people for essentially for free. But I also would be remiss if I didn't mention we have the return of that sploosh from Blanks, and I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly see Prosper going down to a flanking sploosh, just trying to get rid of their backline. So ultimately, you see one member down from Blanks, 2 members down from Super Rich Kids, but a loss of the Rainmaker almost immediately. So this might get a little bloody, especially with the use of this Kraken here.
Oh, both teams are known to be doing an absolute amount of damage. They're both already, they've had massacres of their own. They're not willing to give up any amount of space until they absolutely have to. See the hammer going in from Jovan. Can they get a splattered? No, they cannot. They got splattered by a cheeky little bomb. You see technically active on the side of Blanks, and they're pushing in aggressively. Hammer on the side of Blanks from Yoshi. Can they get a splat with that? It does not look. They connected to 1. They connected to, not to 2, but they have opened the door for the Rainmaker to push onto the checkpoint. Very well done by Blanks.
Yes, I actually have to argue. You were talking about aggression and Super Rich Kids. There was a point where I saw Smile on the left with that Rainmaker and didn't grab it. I understand the inclination not to grab it. Usually you want your backline to do that so you can stay up and fight. But I would almost argue that that might have cost them the check there. I think they might have been able to get it and just run it because they had Blanks just pushed back to their court, essentially. But now I think we have this Booyah coming out from Pat Noir, Smile pushing up as well to make sure that there's nothing there to contest this dunk we are in question about to see. But Prosper, I think, taking his time a little bit there to dunk. Perhaps someone was on him that I didn't quite see, but there are several members of Blanks down. I think if they're able to watch their speed, we are seeing a change of hands, but we'll see if they're able to get any farther here.
I feel like Super Rich Kids can get farther if they want to, because there's almost nobody from Blanks really preventing it. 26, a very respectable score. 3 players down, though. I feel like it was an effective delayed revive. Jovan is still in the base. Can he go another Rainmaker? That was the question. Oh, not quite. They did some damage, but it was not enough. Yoshi staying alive. The king of holding on the Rainmaker. Getting a big splat on Smile, actually. I didn't even see them until I saw a little name tag on my stream. But I don't know how Yoshi saw them, but they found a way. Did not get the split on Jovan, unfortunately, but the Rainmaker is in a decent spot for Blanks if they can survive out there. Multi does get splatted by the S-Blast, does kind of sting, especially now that they have as Tactical and Blanks does not.
Yeah, I think that Super Rich Kids are playing a little bit more careful. I feel like I saw Pat Noir just looking around to make sure the coast was clear. No doubt for that sploosh to make sure they just didn't get run down. Benny going to get this splat here, getting a little bit chipped out by Jovan, who does get double teamed by the team. But I think with a crazy combo there, Habana's the only person up trying to 1v1 Prosper. That is very often going to be a losing matchup there for the edit. But Blank Z is not down and out yet. There is still some running to be done and a minute left to do it.
There's still time for Blanks. There is still hope, but they have to get a stupid Blanks position. They have to find a way where we're all like, how? The problem is, in the game against LEGO Mario Kart World, they were fighting against specials where it is fairly easy to just dive in. In this game against Super Rich Kids, there aren't such specials. Super Rich Kids doesn't have, they have like hammer. You don't dive against the hammer, that's stupid. You get splatted. just don't do that. So I think Blanks is struggling to find, or at least to create an opening where they can push the Rainmaker without having any special to worry about. Benny gets rid of one, looking at a second split here on Jovan. But the Rainmaker in the hands of someone from Super Rich Kids, and they're putting it in an unfortunate spot. Prosper holding onto the Rainmaker, getting a cheeky split as well with 10 seconds left. Blanks is pushing this to the very, very limit. Kraken is now out there as well. The Rainmaker has been thrown off the map. It will force overtime. But I don't think the overtime is enough with 3 players down and a wipeout at the end to seal the deal. Rich Kids takes game number 2, and in the bracket reset, they are in match point status.
Yes, really strongly played there. Prosper dropping it to what is inexplicably not a Rainmaker free zone at that immediate right, which has nothing to do with getting to check, but a really strong stall nonetheless. And I think Blanks had a lot of opportunities. We saw them getting set up to make what could have been one of their legendary pushes that just got them the win, but ultimately they were getting the picks. We saw them get a lot of those picks, but I think what the issue is the picks they were getting were maybe not the picks that they needed. I think Prosper was one of their biggest ops, so to speak, with all of that range and all of that safety that you have on a place like Scorch. And ultimately, the win condition is making sure that Prosper is off the board. And it just wasn't able to happen, in my opinion. So I saw Jovan going down. I saw, I think, not so much Smile, but Patinoire on that S-Blast go down a few times. But when you're fighting a guy while you're getting chipped and then you explode, it's just so hard to manage.
It really is. And it doesn't help that Super Rich Kids was constantly diving on you. They saw how Blanks was diving earlier against them, and they decided to just use that strategy for themselves and just started diving onto them, because when Blanks played Super Rich Kids in the Rainmaker game on Humpback Pump Check, their diving ended up winning them the game. So let's see if that can also be applied for Super Rich Kids onto Humpback Pump Check again. This time though, it is on Glamblitz. Will it be Super Rich Kids somehow surviving the bracket reset? Or will Blanks force game 5? This is the $1 million question here in this paddling pool. It's been a little while since we had a paddling pool going this far in. It's been a little while since we had a finals where this was this equally matched, but sometimes it happens, and these are the paddling pools we look out for. Both teams are putting a lot of paint on the map. Blanks is trying to get the clan economy in their hands early though, with 9 clams on the board. Nicely divided among all the team members and getting rid of 2 players to boot as well. 0 clams in the hands of Super Rich Kids.
I feel like I'm still not past the fact that we are on Humpback Clams. This is not usually a competitive map mode. I think that a lot of these teams probably aren't even necessarily used to playing it. Somehow the distance from each basket feels like both a lot and like nothing at all. They feel super close, but getting to the other baskets can be so difficult. So you have Multi, once again, to nobody's surprise, in this very advantageous sneaky spot there. Yoshi Forever taking up on that plat. So they've moved down to 68. They're still going at the basket. We'll see if they're able to get past that magic 60 number. But the basket does close. They don't quite do it, giving a power clam to the other team. But I think Super Rich Kids already on the offensive, ready for their own push.
They are preparing their own push. Prosper throws the basket into, or the clam into the basket. Smile follows it up with a second one, allowing them to get the lead. Very well done. More clams are slowly but surely making their way, but I don't think there's much of a follow going on right now, especially not with Multi defending that. Multi, oh, that's an unfortunate splat, because it doesn't really allow Super Kids to go in and get more clams because of the timing, but it would have allowed it. but these teams again fighting neck on neck. The lead is not even that big. It's only what, 1 power clam for blanks?
Yeah, I think if they're able to get that power clam in, well, no, they maybe 2, right?
Not
Because
quite,
that penalty, right?
It's not quite 1 power clam, but it's very close.
Yeah, so I think that still there's some work to be done. There's a lot of really defensive play coming here from Blanks. You see that they clear that elbow area where I think it might have been Jovan trying to flank and make something happen. Multi, to nobody's surprise, once again, just in this funky spot, taking the attention of 2 people, and I think that's quite frankly the plan. 2 of their members themselves go down though, and already Super Rich Kids is able to just kind of book it to the basket. They're bringing it in manually instead of just with the jump in. That splashdown doesn't quite get anybody, but they do bust that back open, and I think that if they're able to get their proper picks, which they didn't necessarily secure all of them. They do bring that down to a 52. Not necessarily huge. There's a lot of time left, 2 minutes, and both of these teams just really tickling each other's baskets, if anything.
I think chipping is because these teams are throwing in everything right now. I don't think you're gonna get much more done than chipping. I feel like just for Super Rich Kids now, extending their lead is their biggest priority. Of course, other than defending the basket. If they can extend the lead, it's only better because we see how fast Blanks can push that basket. Bubbler in the basket. Power clam is inside of it. We do see a lot of clams on the follow-up, and there goes Habana with more clams, swapping that lead to 50. And what I was saying right now, they extended the lead, but it was not quite enough. Super Rich Kids not in the lead right now. Oh, more cheeky, and then the power clam goes in as well. No!
Nope.
No, that would have been
Did they whiff it? Is that what happened?
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they whiffed. I think it was not quite close though. That was devastating. That must be devastating for Blank because that was such a beautiful way to end that push.
Yeah, they tried to go at it, but I think we also have this Kraken here that is allowing the lead switch to happen. Jovan just kind of sharking here, putting in that clam, just slowly chipping down there. More clams are on their way, not quite able to make it in time, but I think now that we're at the 30-second mark, we're at the point where you might just be getting clams so that your opponents don't have them. I would not be surprised if we just see everyone going around the map, taking the clam economy. But ultimately, I would argue that Super Rich Kids have to go on the offensive because Blank Z, they will just push through absolute anything. If they see a wall, they will try and just push straight through it. And we know that they have those 3-second pushes that they can get done. So we are now in overtime. This may be the end of the tourney as we see it. And I think it might be with a delayed wipe. Super Rich Kids, perhaps knowing they got it in their pockets, doing a little bit of booyah and a little stat padding with that booyah, knowing that in this bracket reset, they have taken it 3-1.
Well, Blanks gave it all. They tried their best and they came very, very far, but not far enough. Your champions, the nice betting pool, is Super Rich Kid with a 3-1 bracket reset. Very, very well done. They had only dropped a single game, and that was the Grand Finals 1. The Grand Finals 2, luckily, illegally for them, they did win. But what a game we had on hands here. It's been a hot minute since we had 2 equally matched teams for seed 1 and 2 here on Betting Pool.
Listen, there are what I would honestly describe as top players on Super Rich Kids. You have Jovan of Free Flow, who were at the Splat World Series, as well as Prosper, who is a member of Hypernova. So certainly not first seeds for no reason. And you see them just kind of locking in at the end there and taking that into 3-1. But you know what, Hat? If there's any lesson to take, it's that the rich, they'll always win in the end. They'll always win, the rich.
That's true. We should have known from the very, very start that there's always the rich. Now, due to the time constraints, unfortunately, I cannot talk that much longer, so I do have to end it a little bit earlier. But Sasu, thank you so much for having us on the mic. And of course, we have to ask you the $1 billion question. Where can we find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me at Sasu in your pants. That's SASUIN, the letters UR pants on virtually any social media, or at Big Dapple, which is coming up in the Metro New York area. And also, I'm gonna concede my time to say a happy birthday to Drawing Dude Len. Be sure to check him out on VGen. But Hat, where can the people find you?
You can find me on @casterhat.bsky, and of course @casterhat on Twitter. Though to be fair, I haven't really using the social media that much. I am detoxing. I am using the real media, but do give me a follow. I try to post some. I do post cat pics occasionally. So if you want cat pics,
Ooh.
follow me there. There's a ton of random cat pics on there. Of course, shoutouts to Juran for subbing as a caster and streaming the 5 hours we had of Battling Pool. And of course, thank you for everyone who watched this tournament. We wish you a very, very, very good night. And we will see you Friday for Triton Cup.